The Secretary will now read the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker for today is going to be Honorable the Chief Whip of Council, Honorable Sihai.
Greetings to you, Chairperson, Speaker, and all the presiding officers, His Excellency the President, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, and Deputy President, Comrade David Mabuza. Honorable members, he is also a comrade indeed. A State of the Nation address debate is about the assessment of progress since the previous State of the Nation address against the backdrop of the fifth five-year medium-term strategic framework. It is about assessing the impact of policies and programs of the government in addressing the needs of the nation. It is also about assessing the political and economic state of health of the nation. In our engagement, we should be able to persuade one another through superior logic, rational theory and ideology, or even political rhetoric that bears no meaning to these ordinary lives of our people. What has not assisted the debate on day one is rhetoric, glitches, generalizations, statements which have neither facts or evidence other than the individual subjective opinion. We should extol the art of argumentation and not leave the nation believing that all we can do is to simply use senseless political rhetoric and political vulgar. And in some cases, just be vulgar and think that anyone is going to respect you or be impressed. We look forward to a day of quality debate with informed recommendations. Our lived experience in provinces as we do our constituency work is that the emergence of the science of economy ghost towns can occur within 1 decade. From an industrial area like Velcom to the distressing sign of manufacturing shutdowns and secondary industry withdrawing and moving elsewhere are common. Common to all of this is rising unemployment, widening inequality, and deepening poverty. So what does it practically mean, and what do we see across our provinces? Our stated policy position is that our infrastructure-led growth drive is the best proven mechanism to use, not only to create jobs, but to provide critical infrastructure for local economies to grow. The infrastructure-led growth in turn provides the opportunities for reindustrialization and manufacturing to have a base from which we grow. Both of these interventions provide for manufacturing of goods that produce the resources to feed back into reindustrialization and manufacturing. The economic renewal, through its sector master plan, sets out immediate and short-term measures that provide different stimuli in the economy, focus on industrialization and localization. But progress is there for those who have the honesty to admit. It is there, for example, in 2021, the President opened a number of new production lines around the country, one of these being the Toyota Corolla Cross manufactured in eThekwini, vaccine and anesthetics made in Gqeberha by South African workers and technicians, wear clothes made in Cape Town by South African designers and clothing workers, soya oil and poultry feed that comes from Mpumalanga, made as well by South African workers, and so on. Localization is increasingly being supported by retailers, ShopRite checkers buying all their sugar from local farmers, Woolworths and Pick and Pay supporting local farmers. These initiatives are supported by government procurement policies, set aside for women and youth, and by master plan of economic reconstruction and recovery. And yet we must listen to those who want to tell us nothing is happening, nothing is being done, remove the whole cabinet. What is worse is come from members of parliament who are supposed to have some integrity and not use false statements to generate support for their parties or use deflection to detract attention away from their own problems. Our push is for an inclusive transformative economic project involving those who are defined as being economically active, being part of initiatives to bring them into the economy, policy and projects that are designed for progress, growth and development, and using where possible, labor-intensive methodology. We can justifiably state that in our provinces we have infrastructure investment projects as part of the 340 billion network industries such as energy, water, transport and telecommunications. While progress is uneven for the people, the arrival of infrastructure means better access to things and job creation. Our focus therefore must be on where we can exert maximum growth and development. Household consumption contributes the highest percentage towards GDP growth, followed by government spending, consumption, and that both states and private sector investment has roughly the same percentage contributions towards GDP contribution. Chairperson, as part of building an inclusive economy, this needs to inform us where emphasis should lie in how we allocate our budget. The period between 2003 and 2008 produced our highest GDP growth, and if we are to examine why, it was driven by household consumption and demand side of the economy. It is also true that we did not, during this period, experience huge employment growth, but we certainly had growth, which we had not experienced since 2008. This experience needs to inform us of where we need to go by investing more in our people. Therefore, in welcoming the 350 social relief of distress grant extension and other practical forms of stimuli to our people, their intention is to provide basic economic platform for people to create and contribute in the economy, and at an initial regulatory level, as they become drawn into economy. It is also about providing the means to prevent hunger and to survive. Our debate needs to acknowledge that we are in a process and a deep engagement, very characteristic of the ANC, where evidence and facts prevail, informed by indicators such as food poverty line. The totality of this must inform where we are going in the future. The success of the comprehensive social protection program is not a debate about whether we can afford it, but rather a debate about stimulating aggregate demand in the economy and providing transfer to households who in turn push the demand side of the economy and stimulate growth. So we should treat consumption and expenditure as positive contributors to growth in the economy, not the other way around. As the 54th ANC National Conference of 2017 stated, the debate continues to inform by balance of evidence. In this context, the important decision by the Reserve Bank in 2020, at the start of COVID pandemic, to make the cost of money cheaper was an extremely important intervention in which it provided a stimulus to the economy, allowed economic space for business to adjust and provide relief bank in our societies. It is indeed disappointing, of course, that this could not be sustained. We need to re-emphasize that the new consensus and the emergence of social compact has to place the masses of our people who are poor at the center of benefiting into interventions. The price of inequality which today we are seeing before our eyes should instruct our institutions that they have a role to play that is not stuck mechanically behind the notion that we have no alternative or that our hands are tied. Before our next speakers misconstrue what I'm saying, we have at all material times to be transformative, pragmatic, and balanced. There are no populist and easy solutions. Rather, we have to confront the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality through practical interventions that involve working with our people, not making promises, but practically involving them in an inclusive way to help solve the challenge they become their own liberators, a deep and thorough-going exercise in which development takes place. Chair, in this context, let us examine the responses we have had to listen since the President delivered the State of the Nation address. One party is so excited that they clap hands and boldly claim that the President has adopted their blue economic policy book and that the state is out as it cannot achieve economic growth. The President has admitted this and is handing over to their private sector, so they say. This mechanical understanding of how an economy works is dangerous. The state leads in investment, and this investment generates interest from private sector to get involved, and the state set the terms and conditions and what it wants to get out of any contractual agreement. At no time does the state leave economic stage. In fact, if it is not satisfied, it can penalize the private sector. Classically, we have mixed economy, and for the ANC adoption, the adoption of such a model goes back to the Morogoro Consultative Conference. The debate on the nature and character of the mixed economy is natural and will ebb and flow depending on the influence at any point. What the state is interested is, among others, is the need for correct skill set, capability to deliver on the particular project, and competency, decision around who can provide this, since skills reside both in the public and private sector, is what state will resolve at a particular point in time. This is done not only to harness private sector capital for public good, but to strengthen state ability to deliver. At the end, an agreement the state funded through division of revenue provides finances for any program to get underway based on government agreed plans. Our bigger concern as the ANC is that we need to address the levels of inefficiency wherever they are located. Even in the private sector, we should be able to address those. For those in borrowed rate who say Sona is a vote of no confidence by the president, in the president and the executive, because of the reference to private sector and job creation. Again, this is another mechanistic approach which is not supposed to be coming from so-called Marxists, who are supposed to be more endowed in theoretical understanding. It is not a question of either or. A developmental state leads, it directs, it influences, and it is open to be persuaded when it is in the interest of the masses. Without the state, where would the private sector be? At all material times, the state must retain a firm economic hand on where things are going, precisely because the people have entrusted the state through governing party to lead. They did not vote for private company to lead them. Economic and social transformation is driven by the state, and this will remain so. And this is no. If it were not so, even the private sector would turn everything into commodity, and that's the nature of capitalism. So the state had to protect the people from such situation. State capability and capacity to deliver has been weakened over time. Our oversight reports, the Zondo Commission, the high-level panel report all demonstrate this. Economists are built by working together in an inclusive, focused manner on addressing the needs, building skills that address the demands of developing economy and changes in the economy, all of which require new skills. Chair, to conclude, our economic vision has to be practically grounded on the economic theory and economic plan and ability through practice to build the capability of each sector and rise to the changing nature of complex economy like ours. We are dealing with a complex political economy that requires the capability of those who will shape it going forward to have the foresight that interventions have an impact, and that impact must address the needs of our people first. So the ANC understands where it's taking the people of South Africa to. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the next speaker, Honorable L.A. Schreiber.
Honourable Chairperson, trying times need courage. These words anchored last week's State of the Nation address. Like he did for most of his speech, the President correctly diagnosed the problem. We urgently need courageous leadership if we are to turn around the desperate state of our country. In the context of the ANC, dumping the state-centric model that has devastated our economy in favour of private sector-led growth and fixing our broken state will indeed require political courage. Accurate though the President's diagnosis is, it also gives rise to a fundamental question. Who exactly is it that needs to develop the courage to reform our state and economy? It is certainly not the people of South Africa who are lacking in courage. The President spoke about a lady who was arrested for selling dog beds next to the road without a permit. She certainly did not lack for courage, as she worked to put food on her family's table every day, despite the constant threat of harassment and arrest by Minister Bheki Cele's officers. Equally, there is nothing anyone can teach South African farmers about courage, as they continue to produce food for our nation, despite the spectre of brutal farm murders and broken infrastructure. And victims of gender-based violence who work to rebuild shattered lives are the very incarnation of courage. So we know it's not the people of South Africa who need a helping of courage. But what of your courage, Mr. President? Where was your courage when you said you'd rather fall on your sword than reveal how taxpayer money was used to fund ANC campaigns? Where was your courage when you testified before the State Capture Commission? Instead of doing the courageous thing by acknowledging before Judge Zondo that the Cadre Deployment Committee that you chaired between 2013 and 2018 enabled state capture, you tried to convince him that the committee is innocent. Now, thanks to the DA's work in exposing the minutes of the Cadre Deployment Committee, we now know that this is not true. The minutes make it clear that Cadre deployment is the very foundation of state capture. They show that during a period of only 3 years, the ANC Deployment Committee interfered in appointments to at least 88 different government departments and entities, including Chapter 9 institutions and the Constitutional Court. The minutes show that the Deployment Committee even reprimanded you, the President, when you forgot to ask for their permission to appoint an advisory council. Rather than stand up to this unconstitutional political interference, you apologized. Does this sound like courage to you, Mr. President? Now, fortunately, in only 2 weeks' time, the State Capture Commission is set to confirm that the DA has been right about cadre deployment all along. In that regard, I'd like to present a letter of my own to this House today, which was sent by the State Capture Commission to the ANC's lawyers on the 21st of January. In response to the ANC's claim that its deployment committee does not unconstitutionally interfere in state appointments and that its minutes should therefore remain hidden, Acting Chief Justice Zondo wrote the following, and I quote, "It is in the public interest that it be known how the Deployment Committee of the ruling party influences decisions that are made by state institutions in regard to certain appointments." This finding obliterates President Ramaphosa's claim to the contrary. So here's the question that the President needs to answer when he responds to this debate tomorrow. When the State Capture Commission confirms at the end of this month that the ANC Cadre Deployment Committee he chaired is the key cause of corruption and state capture in this country, will he support the DA's efforts to abolish it? South Africans deserve a courageous answer tomorrow to this fundamental question. Honourable Chairperson, there can be little doubt that the President has finally realized just how badly his fellow cadres have broken the state. But instead of summoning up the courage to fix the state by ending cadre deployment, he is now openly working to bypass the government that he is in charge of. Over 50 people now work in the office of the President, trying to do the things that cabinet ministers are supposed to be doing. The State Security Agency, the Head of Investment and Infrastructure, tourism envoys, and now a new unit for reducing red tape are all run from the Presidency. It's as clear as daylight that, like the rest of the country, the President has no confidence in his cabinet or in government departments. But the way to fix our broken state is not to try and run away from the problem like the President is currently doing. The way to fix it is to fire the cabinet that has failed South Africa and to replace cadre deployment with professional appointments. But the President simply lacks the courage to do this. Honourable Chairperson, most fundamentally, if the pledges made by the President last week are to mean anything, he has to find the courage to finally choose South Africa over the ANC. For the past 4 years, he has consistently put the unity of his political party ahead of the needs of the people. The short-sighted strategy of appeasing the enemies of progress has been a catastrophe. It has caused enormous hardship to the victims of a failing state and economy. And last year, it also resulted in the worst election in the history of the ANC, with the party losing its national majority and on its way out the door in 2024. It will take courage. It will take courage to break this vicious cycle. The courage to risk a split in the ANC for South Africa to have a chance. The courage to actually implement the DA policies he outlined at Sona. The courage to end cadre deployment. And if that causes the RET thieves to pack up and leave, for goodness sake, man, let them go. Let them go. Let them go and isolate themselves along with the EFF while the rest of us focus on fixing our country. Mr. President, embracing the DA policies outlined in your Sona address will cost you the RET faction, but it will save your legacy and our country. Now, we've already seen a glimpse of what this courageous new world could look like, Mr. President, right here in Parliament. During the vote on whether to investigate the public protector, the DA more than compensated for the EFF and RET members of your party who opposed the motion. We must now do the same for all the other reforms our country so desperately needs. Mr. President, it is clearly not the people of South Africa who require a lesson in courage. The whole problem is that their president has none. There can be no better example of this than the fact that the president has already backpedaled from his Sona address at the very first sign of resistance from his own comrades. Just yesterday in his newsletter, the president tried to walk back the truthful statements he made that it is the private sector rather than government that creates jobs. The president's speech made it very clear that he knows exactly what is needed to fix South Africa. But the minute he encounters the slightest resistance, his resolve crumbles. Does that sound like courage to you, Mr. President? Ours is a country held hostage by a single man's political cowardice. For all our sakes, we better hope that the President finally takes his own advice. Trying times need courage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now proceed to the Minister of Minerals and Energy, Gwede Mantashe.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Mamnus Viwe, Mapisa Ngakula, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ndade Amos Masondo, Honorable President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, Deputy President David Tabede Mabuza, honorable members of Parliament. Yesterday, we were honored by the right-wing Blue Party asking for our hands instead of focusing on our ability to execute. Now, yandikhumbuza ke lanto ukuba komunyaka kudala ngo-1975 ndifike emgodini safika kwabantu ekuthiwa zii-chief boss. I-chief boss ithi ka idibana nawe uyi-team leader ithi yabona wena Bhasibhoyi nguwe wedwa nengqondo apha bonke abantu usebenzana nayo yena lo siphukuphuku. Now it took us to divide and rule 101 yesterday. That in the main, it should be the President, Mr. Stennis, and repeated this, not you, President. Ukutu President, Goabo, the ANC is not theirs. Now, when you get racism emboldened, it calls on us as revolutionaries to recollect our energy, and I appreciate that we're swimming against the stream. Now, on the energy debate, the Blue Party is strapped in a polarized energy debate and fails to listen to initial advice. An economist, Chris Hart, advised the DA that if you close coal immediately, it will mean costly electricity, fewer jobs, a country with quasi-third, fourth world economy being relegated to fourth world economy. Is warning the DA. They can't listen to that because they can't read. Now, then Jane Kane Berman, a former CEO of the IRR, asserted that Mandasha is right, the DA is wrong. Now, referring to nuclear and coal contributions, he described their shadow minister as out of touch. Now, if they are advised by a person who is out of touch, then they can't bring any sound advice to us. Hence, we support a just transition instead of a pendulum swing from coal to renewables, which is unworkable, which is a myth. We prepare a just transition. And that transition means we have a duty to travel through that journey of transitioning from high carbon emission to low carbon emissions. Now, President informed the joint sitting of our steps to quickly install additional electricity generation capacity to close the current shortfall of 4,000 megawatts of electricity. What the President didn't educate many of the people who have no clue what energy is all about is that there is nothing called instant energy. It's not like coffee where you mix with water and drink. You build the infrastructure, you take years, and it connects to the transmission. So that is the basic lesson of energy. You build the infrastructure, then you connect to transmission. Now, we are implementing the Integrated Resource Plan 2019 and driving required policy reforms to increase investment in and assert energy security of supply. We have since amended and gazetted Electricity Regulation Act and Electricity Pricing Policy for public comment. These amendments are aimed at reviving the ISMO bill, which was shelved in 2013 because there was no market at the time. So to have a trading center with no market, it would not work. So it is now in Parliament for discussion. And that will help us establish a transmission company and a market and a willing capacity for the country. We have since first, this bill will create a non-discriminatory and competitive power trading platform on a willing buyer, willing seller basis and drive affordability through fair competition. Two, it will establish an independent transmission system and market operator, which will enable competitive market for electricity generation in the country. And this legislation passed discretion of Parliament in 2013, but had to be shelved as there was no established market that would trade at the time. Next month, in April, we will conclude the power purchase agreements for in April, we concluded the power purchase agreement for 2,000 megawatts, risk mitigation independent power producers. And the day as here, when the President says, because you took the power ship to court, connect the 800 megawatts. What is wrong with that? Connect the 800 megawatts that are not in question. Then allow that course, just for their information. The case that was taken by DNJ to court has been dismissed with cost, and therefore one obstacle has been removed from that proposition. What we must remember is that car powership is working well in Ghana, it is working well in Cote d'Ivoire, it's working well in Gabon. It is not required here because we are an island of angels that will die in starvation. That's the problem that we're going to have. Now, the 2,000 megawatts, 2,600 megawatts from renewable energy, bid window 5, has been, the preferred bidders have been announced in October, and we're hoping that they will start connecting. It doesn't mean that there will be 2,600 megawatts on the transmission next week. It means the work of building the infrastructure to connect 2,600 megawatts has started. And in March, we'll actually allow bid window 6 to go through, another 2,600. In August, we'll give you bid window 7. If you take all the 3 bid windows, it will give you in the pipeline 7,800 megawatts from renewables. Now, you can't understand that because out of 2,600 megawatts, you think that it's a number. It's not a number, it's megawatts. Now the RP 2019 provides for gas as a transition fuel to support large penetration of renewable energy into the grid. It also provides cleaner coal technologies and nuclear for sustaining some level of base load necessary for power system stability. It is comforting to see that now there is a growing global consensus on the role of gas and nuclear in the energy transition. EU, listen to the word, has labeled nuclear and gas as part of the green energy transition. Few countries are resisting it, including Germany, but EU has labeled them. It has labeled them as part of the green energy transition. Recently, though, the Central Energy Fund, working with Transnet and Kuka Development Corporation, a request for proposal for gas aggregator was issued. This will enable us to secure liquefied natural gas necessary for gas to power generation, for which a request for proposal will be issued towards the end of the year. Through this conversion, existing generation facilities in the Eastern Cape can run expensive diesel will be realized. We are addressing the suspensive conditions of the energy regulator before we can issue a request for proposal for 2,500 megawatts of nuclear. Now, notable, there is no immediate solution to our energy shortage challenges. Energy projects have long lead times. We must be systematic in our approach and appreciate that it will be a while before we convert them into energy. So in other words, what is important here is that let us be systematic, focus on the goal and not focus on the needs. The needs can be addressed as we move, but goals have to be addressed. We urgently need meaningful establishment of upstream petroleum. I'm just touching on that because the attempt to take upstream petroleum projects to court all the time is driven by the theme, kill investment through the court system. No investor will want to invest in South Africa if it has to go to 3, 4, 5 years of the legal system. We are killing the investment, but we say we want investment. It's a contradiction in terms. So we must deal with that issue. We chased Shell here, and they went to Namibia and discovered oil. We chased ENI in KZN. They went to Cote d'Ivoire and discovered huge oil deposits. And that's what I describe as an island of angels that will starve to death. Now, so the issue, therefore, is we must also address, a little bit with the 2 minutes left, we must address the energy poverty as we address the movement to cleaner energy. So you can't just talk clean and forget energy poverty and ensure energy security. Lastly, We should be wary of being used as guinea pig for costly technologies of developing economies, as it has been for centuries. Our country also needs technology, innovation, and advancing skills to upgrade our people. Therefore, where appropriate, global partnerships should be pursued. Our Council for Geoscience is actually collaborating with the World Bank. It's collaborating with the World Bank to experiment with carbon capture, storage, and use. It's not a theoretical experiment, it's practical. If it gives us good results, it will extend the life and use of coal in society. South Africa must explore prospects and manufacture mineral resources to be global competitive. Many of you have forgotten that we took a decision when there was COVID, when it was at level 1 lockdown, level 5 lockdown, we said, allow coal to continue producing. At level 4, allow open cast to produce. At level 3, allow all the mines to produce. Everybody said, we're going to kill mine workers. We insisted that unless we know the extent of the problem, we can't deal with the problem. Today we're proud that mining led the economic reconstruction and recovery and made a huge contribution to save our fiscus. It is one of the few sectors that produce at above the level it was pre-COVID because of foresight. Now, so our exploration strategy is before cabinet and want to attract more investment.
Your time, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have Honorable OMC Mautwi.
Thank you very much, Chair. President, colonialism and apartheid were deliberate about creating a filthy-rich class of white people. Johann Rupert and his family, Nikin Oppenheimer and his family, Koos Berger, Michael Leroux, and many other stinking rich white people were creations of the racist machinations of colonial and apartheid system. These people still control the South African economy, and it is to these people that we want to entrust the responsibility of creating jobs, eradicating inequality, and decolonizing our economy and society in general. You want beneficiaries of racism, who are themselves racist, to solve problems created by the very racist conditions that led to their wealth. Our revolutionary torchbearer and eminent Pan-Africanist, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, taught us that revolutions are brought about by people who think as people of action and act as people of thought. You, sir, have neither the capacity to think nor the capacity to act. You are simply in the presidency just for vibes, with no clue of the destructive influence of your words and your actions. Today, 4 years later, after you assumed power, you still do not know what you want to do to lead this country out of the quagmire it finds itself in. You do not know whether you want to return the land or not. You do not know whether you want to fight corruption or not. You do not know whether you want to strengthen the capacity of the state or not. Your presidency has taken the shape of an amoeba. It can be anything to anyone because you say you are not a leader. The address you gave here last week, Thursday, was a consistent marker of your inconsistency, your indecisiveness, your lack of direction, and your treasonous betrayal of the hopes of millions of our people. Your declaration that the state cannot create jobs should have been a final nail in your presidency. You did not only abandon your obligation to create jobs, but you are also in a dangerous path to decapitating the state-owned entities. You are implementing the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, your blueprint for privatization and undermining South Africa's economic sovereignty. You have again committed to continuing with this plan that does not have any practical, believable, and implementable basis besides looting strategic assets that are meant to create jobs for our people. When ESCOM was at its peak in 1987, It used to employ more than 56,000 people. More than 25 years later, Eskom has 44,000 employees, and we are told that Eskom needs only 38 employees to operate efficiently, meaning that there's still going to be 6,000 jobs that will be lost. In 1981, when I was born, the Black Trade Union of Transnet Workers, said by the South African Railways and Harbours Administration, had a total of 60,000 out of the 95,000 black workers. In 2021 alone, more than 3,000 workers lost their jobs at Transnet, and of the 3,300 were train drivers. These men and women are the critical skills that Transnet needs to remain an efficient logistics company, yet they were meant to take VSPs. When Dinel was operating 11 factories in 1992, it employed a total of 11,000 workers, and this figure used to increase to 13,000 during protest. Today, as we speak, Mr. President, the number has decreased to 2,000, and they cannot even afford to pay even the few workers that they have remain. With modernization, efficiency, and wider mandate to deliver services and engage in industrialization, the few strategic state-owned companies like Dinel, Transnet, Post Office, ISCO, SAA, and Eskom should employ close to 5 million people in sustainable jobs with living wage. 5 million jobs the private sector will never create anytime soon while you are still alive and even beyond your life. But you won't do it because you want to collapse all the SOEs in this country. There is a bid window after bid window being opened to make space for your independent power producers with their parasitic relationship with Eskom. Despite this, you are continually tormented. We are continually tormented by rolling blackouts because we have put a man who has no knowledge or appreciation of energy in charge of that entity. In the last 2 years, South Africa experienced worse load shedding than what we saw in 2015. We are told to get used to it because load shedding will be with us for more than 5 years when others were fired because of load shedding. In 2017, before your term, Mr. President, Dinel reported revenues of 8 billion rands, a profit of 333 million, and was able to service its salary bill in a year. Today, Dinel did this and still had a cash at hand of 2 billion rands. Today, as we speak, Dinel can't even pay salaries for their people because Mr. Gordhan took over in 2018 and destroyed that entity. In 2020, after you took power as the president, Dinel's revenue dropped to 2.7 billion, losses were over 1.9 billion, and the entity declined from 2 billion to 600 million in the bank. Dinel, which used to be a formidable player in the arms and engineering sector globally, is broken, and its defense contracts are awarded to companies that have contributed to the CR17 campaign with links to you and Mr. Gordhan. Before your reign as president, Mr. Ramaphosa, Transnet reported profit of over 2.7 billion rands, had cash at hand of over 6 billion in the bank, and revenue had increased by 5.3% to 65 billion in 2017. Today, you are determined to privatize ports and harbor services, creating direct competitors to a Transnet that could have been repurposed to play a far much greater role in South Africa's industrialization and infracontinental trade. Today, the revenues of Transnet are in decline, and in the last financial year, it declined even by 10.5%. This is almost equal to revenues of the 2017 financial year. This is by no means a mistake, but a calculated and deliberate collapse of Transnet to push for ongoing privatization at our ports and harbors. At SAA, you destroyed this country's aviation, and you are still trying to sell it to the people who don't bring any strategic advantage of capital. The so-called strategic partner you claimed will bring revenue is just getting free state assets that they will use to make money while the state services at debt without getting anything out of the transaction. Why should taxpayers pay the debt of SAA while it is being privatized and given to people who bring nothing but just take? Mango is being privatized. We warned you when you hired a CEO who lied about his educational qualification that he does not have either the capacity or sophistication to turn Mango around. But because it was a white man and Mr. Gordhan, who has absolute faith in matriculants as long as they are white, we are here today with that Mango that is collapsing. While the world is looking at ways to restructure their economies in a COVID and post-COVID era, including reforms to make state-owned companies stronger, bigger, and better, you think you can resolve deep entrenched structural economic challenges by depending on the private sector and the Johannesburg Gambling Stock Exchange. As the EFF, we maintain that state-owned companies must be at the center of South African industrial policy and lead innovation, industrialization, and job creation in South Africa and the continent. Thus far, Mr. President, all we can say is that you simply characterized by your deep hatred of black people, your easy surrender to white interest, your lack of originality. You have successfully resisted absorbing the communist ideas you claimed you were fed by the likes of Trellegot. As a result, the state today is directionless and you should be chucked out of that office by all means revolutionary possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to Honorable M. Shenwa.
Honorable Chairperson, on Thursday night we saw the President's moment of Damascene, transitioning from Saul to Paul, when he finally came to terms with the truth and reality of development, in that government does not create jobs but creates a conducive environment for business to create jobs. This acknowledgement is the right step in the right direction. But as is typical of a broad church organization, the backtracking could not have come sooner, when speaker after speaker yesterday and today sought to incoherently backtrack on the President's clear statement. The non-election contesting elements in the ANC, in the form of COSATU and the SACP, are again a case of deja vu, who sneeze and we then all catch the flu. These elements derailed GIA, ASGISA and the NDP, and now they stand by ready to derail a fundamental policy shift as announced by the President last week. Mr. President, this moment in history will define your leadership legacy. Will you stand with the interests of the people and see through your Damascene moment, or will you buckle to the pressure of the freeloaders in the ANC who don't contest elections? Mr. President, you were elected to lead. Therefore, do exactly that, lead. Policy uncertainty is contrary to the conducive environment that you speak of. The dire lived conditions of our people require things to be done differently and decisively, and therefore, Mr. President, some urgent action is required. One, noting that all development is local, empower municipalities through increased budget allocations to meet the demands of development. Two, scrap the burdensome fuel levies. Three, stop bailing out failing SOEs, especially where critical reforms have not been effected. Four, reinstate the Scorpions to strengthen the fight against corruption. And maybe five, introduce an internship transition management system to facilitate interns into permanent employment. The high rate of unemployment in South Africa, in comparison to the high representation of foreign nationals employed, in particular the unskilled occupational level, is of serious concern. In this regard, the IFP has finalized a bill for introduction to Parliament, which amends the Employment Services Act of 2014 to, amongst others, regulate the recruitment of foreign nationals in certain economic sectors, strengthen the current regulatory framework regarding recruitment of foreign nationals, require employers to first confirm whether there is no suitable South African or permanent resident that can be employed in a position before recruiting a foreign national, and finally require the Minister of Employment and Labour to set numerical targets for identified sectors on the basis of what would constitute equitable representation of South African citizens and permanent residents. Martin Luther King Jr. reminds us, Mr. President, that the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. The question before you, Mr. President, therefore, is where will you stand in this difficult moment of national crisis, with the country or with the ANC? I say to you, Mr. President, country first. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next speaker, Honorable Mishwe.
Is there a clock here?
There in front of you, on your left.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable President, and Honorable Members, during the State of the Nation address, the President surprised many of us when he said, and I quote, "We all know that government does not create jobs, business creates jobs. The key task of government is to create the conditions that will enable the private sector, both big and small, to emerge, to grow, to access new markets, to create new products, and to hire more employees," close quote. This is something the ACDB has been saying since inception. It was indeed a surprise to hear this coming from the President, considering the many promises of jobs he made over the years. For example, in January 2018, he launched the YES initiative, which was supposed to create 300,000 jobs a year. This did not happen. On the 15th of October 2020, the President promised 800,000 jobs by October 2021. That did not happen either. During the Sona of 2019, last year, President Ramaphosa promised 2 million jobs for youth by 2029. Will this happen? Well, according to the track record, I don't think it will. While campaigning for the 1st of November local government elections last year, he again promised jobs, houses and services, but most needy people are still without these promised commodities. But given the many empty promises the President makes, he does not seem to care about his reputation. Every failed promise means that people cannot take him at his word or trust him. Chairperson, in a broadcast to the nation on the 1st February 2021 about government's plans to fight the COVID-19 pandemic, President Ramaphosa promised the nation that, and I quote, "Nobody will be forced to take the vaccine." He repeated this statement at least twice later that year, and further said, I quote again, "No one would be forbidden to travel wherever they want, including from enrolling in schools or from taking part in any public activity if they have not been vaccinated. Nobody will be given this vaccine against their will," he promised again. The President seemed to have changed his position again because it is reported that his government is now considering mandatory vaccination for the country. It makes no sense for government to be considering COVID mandate and for companies to continue pressurizing employees to take the vaccine or lose their jobs when scientists and the WHO have revised their position on whether or not the vaccinated would be protected from COVID infections. The fact is that both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated can get infected with the virus. Even President Ramaphosa himself and some cabinet ministers got infected after they had been vaccinated. The ACDB believes that all employees who suffer adverse effects as a result of the jab at work should be compensated by both the state and the company they work for. Former employees such as Zakele Goto, who was a paramedic in Newcastle, and Soreka Uosteisen are among such people and need urgent assistance with their medical expenses. It was very sad to hear some students yesterday from universities of Johannesburg and the Free State saying they had been denied entry on campus because they chose not to be vaccinated. If school children have been allowed to return to their normal classes and studies with or without the proof of vaccination, the ACDB believes that the same should apply to all who are in institutions of learning. No child or student should be denied their constitutional right to access education because of their choice not to vaccinate. We do not want to see a new form of apartheid in our schools and universities. May the former liberators never become leading champions of tyranny and dictatorship in Africa. Chairperson, why is the national state of disaster still in place when countries such as the UK have scrapped almost all COVID controls and are focusing on rebuilding their economies? Lastly, Speaker and Chairperson,
The poor security in the country is a major concern for most South Africans. The ACDP is disappointed that even after appointing a panel of experts to look into what happened that caused destructive looting in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng in July last year, the president has only taken minimal action in the matter and shown a little resolve or determination to correct the wrongs that embarrassed us internationally. During the first 3 days of looting in KwaZulu-Natal, there was no sight or voice from our ministers in the security cluster. The ministers of police, defense, and intelligence, and including our National Police Commissioner, were not visible at all. We did not know where they were or where they were hiding. So people who are looking for leadership were disappointed because those who were responsible were nowhere to be found. Mr. President, we believe, why are these people who failed the country and cost us more than 50 billion rand still in their jobs after we also lost 300 lives? We believe those people must be fired so that everybody will know that if you don't perform, you will be fired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Honorable H.S. Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Chair. Agbare President, u bevestiging na etlike jare se verset dat die sakesektor en nie die regering nie werk skep word hartlik deur die DA ondersteun en verwelkom. Dit is voorwaar 'n stap in die regte rigting en hierdie uitspraak sal met valkoë dopgehou word om te sien hoe u en u regering die gewenste omgewing gaan skep om dit te bewerkstellig. Dit was nog altyd die DA se uitgangspunt, dat regerings 'n gunstige ekonomiese klimaat moet skep om sodoende werkskepping en ook ekonomiese groei te verseker. Hierdie standpunt kan natuurlik deur sommige as 'n refrein van die DA beskou word. Amper, agbare President, soos u beloftes tydens die afgelope 5 staatsredes. Die verskil is egter dat die DA onomwonde daarop kan roem dat in die Wes-Kaap, waar ons regeer, dit inderdaad die fondasie
that it laid the foundation to have a more effective and successful economic system. At the moment, South Africa has got an unemployment rate of 34.9%, while the larger percentage has shot up to 46.6%, and this is 5% more than the average in the world. And this means that quite a number of people between the age of 18 and 64 find themselves in the promising position of having a job. If you look at the Western Cape, honorable members, then the percentage is much lower, and the highest average stands on a percentage that is less than you have in our country. And this shows that where the DA governs, that things are better, and we do this for every resident in the Western Cape. People who invest say that they won't think twice about investing in the Western Cape, and this is a proof that where the DA governs, like in the Western Cape, it creates an environment where jobs can be created. We ask, President, that you ask political parties to work together so that jobs can be created and other priorities in South Africa can be carried out. And you should know, Honorable President, that a lot of DA MPs have already made many proposals in the committees, and also the change in the acts that will cut through this red tape. But this But this proposal was then kicked out by the members of your party without even considering what would happen here. If we look at these two proposals, if it had been seen to, the country would have been on a much better footing today, where a lot more people would have been in jobs and with the normal securities that goes along with it. With this, Honorable Chairperson, before COVID-19, the country already had big problems. If we look at joblessness, when the draconic disaster laws that, or rules that were set in place, which made it much more difficult to work and had a detrimental effect on the economy. That shows that a lot of companies closed down and couldn't open up again. The tourism area, one of the biggest sectors that used to add to income in the country, had also been cut by quite a bit. And this most important job creation had been taken out. And also the Minister, the Honorable Sisulu, who is rather trying to make sure that the political career is improving than the situation in South Africa. The tourism sector is also struggling under the centralization of the government's rules are not necessary anymore if we need tourism to bloom. And that is why the government must think of creating this better environment so that more jobs can be created and that the economy can be improved. But it seems sometimes, Mr. President, that you sometimes step back and that the Honorable Dlamini Zuma then makes the decisions. And you said that you were going to create 1 million jobs for the youth. In 2020, you would have created 800,000 job opportunities for people. And you also said you have, in 2021, you had big plans to create jobs. But unfortunately, nothing happened. But luckily, in 2020, you saw the light and you've realized that the government cannot create jobs. And on Thursday, in your Sona, you said many words which fell softly on the ears of many people. But
Elke plan van u gekoppel was met die omvang van die projekte wat 'n
projects that needed an implementation plan, and you actually need to have these plans to work because you owe it to every South African. And you've also seen that all sectors must work together to bring this country to its full glory, back to its full glory again. You have mentioned that you and the cabinet are busy to prioritize energy and the economy and other sectors so that more jobs can be created and the economy can be stimulated. And you, Mr. President, you must please try to show us that you have the backing of your cabinet, and then the DA will support you. But if you don't have, then the DA is ready. And we have showed already that we are capable to be able to do this in 2024. We, the
Silongile, ek dankie, Siyabonga. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to Honorable G.K. Tseke.
Thank you very much, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President of the country, Tate Didi Mabuza, Members of Parliament, Jumela. The Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of South Africa His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, aptly put it to all of us in his State of Nation address that water is the country's most precious resource. This places this resource right where it belongs, in the center of socio-economic development. Lest we forget that the apartheid government had promoted a skewed distribution of water supply based on racial policies. Honorable members, black people, particularly women and children, had to fetch water long distances to have water in their homes. Mo ngwageng e fetileng re kgona go nna le katlego mo go atoloseng phitlhelelo ya metsi le kgelelo leswe tse e leng ditshwanelo tsa botho mme di sireleditswe ke molaotheo. Ditshwanelo tse di tshwanetse maAforika Borwa re menne phatlha bagaetsho ebile ga re ipelaele ka se re ikaelela go busetsa serodumo sa batho ba rona ba Aforika Borwa sekeng. Access clean water has increased to 82.2% by 2018, more notably in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal in the recent past. Even with this increase in access of water, we cannot be satisfied or rest in our laurels until 11.8% who comprise the outstanding number have water access. Honorable members, these are the democratic gains of the South Africans and our ANC government. Whilst we acknowledge that some of these challenges still face us today, we are hard at work and to ensure such disparities are banished to the history books. The country continues to face capability challenges in the water supply area, with water service authorities struggling to deliver outcomes in some projects. That being said, we must acknowledge those that have succeeded. In the process to the desired outcome of secure water supply, we also have an ongoing projects to enhance the capacity of existing infrastructure. Examples of such work include, but are not restricted to the Mokolo Crocodile West Augmentation Project Phase 2 in Limpopo and the Umkomazi water project in the KZN. We are pleased with the process underway towards the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure, Honorable President. This is a critical tool that will enhance government capability in terms of not just technical capacity, but also capacity to attract additional financial support and success of implementation. Honorable President, we should consider drawing in our country's women capability located in higher education institutions in the planning and project management phases of water and sanitation project to enhance intended outcomes. We therefore welcome the recent appointment of 854 technical staff composed of both engineers and scientists in the Department of Water and Sanitation. This is a good move. Maloko a ntlo e kgolo e, Aforika Borwa ke naga e tlhaelang metsi thata, mme se se pitlagantsa kgonagalo ya tlhabologo mo ikonoming ya rona. Pula ha ene, ha ona ka mokgwa African National Congress e ka nesang pula, a rena matla ao a go nesa pula. Climate change not only has a negative impact on the environment, but has compounded the water scarcity challenges, and the Southern Hemisphere region is heavily impacted by droughts. Over several years, this problem of water supply has been sharply evident through poor rainfall coupled with population and industrial growth. Re naga e golang, ha ra ema fela re naga e golang ka letsatsi le letsatsi. The optimal functioning of water treatment plants and the wastewater treatment plants is a very critical part of the conservation of this scarce resource. Honorable President and honorable members, water-like energy is a critical input for economic development. Therefore, the development of water supply through dam building, rainwater harvesting, reclamation and supply infrastructure and wastewater treatment must form an integral part of the infrastructure development program of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. We welcome the ongoing Umsimvubu water project, which is a major project in the Eastern Cape. President, as the governing party, we suggest that this dams project should also contain plans for the development of hydroelectric plants as part of enhancing our energy mix. This will be a very welcome move, which will provide a clean and cheap source of electricity with almost no water loss, as in the case in some of the KZN project. It is correct that the user pay principle on water services, honorable members, should apply, and the culture of payment for service delivery is developed in the country. The percentage of households that did not pay for water services has steadily increased from 50.8% in 2009 to 59% in 2018, and the trend continues. This is something we should all work together to change, while recognizing there is still a need to ensure that water reaches the end user at the lowest price. In the Western Cape, the cost of water to the people is extremely high and has never been reduced in any significant manner post the drought and water supply restored. Water, like electricity, is not a service which municipalities should be seeking super profits. This causes structural inflation in the economy, discourages investment, and further increases the cost of living for the poor and the working class. This unholy alliance of the DA and the EFF in Tshwane has also resulted in the people of Hammanskraal and the surrounding areas receiving poor quality water due to non-compliance of the Rooival water waste treatment plant with the National Department intervention. I think your energy should be redirected to that intervention, honorable members on my left side. President, we need to consider an increase of groundwater contribution in the water resource mix is a sustainable manner managing cross-boundary aquifers. At the moment, groundwater contributes 9% of water in use, and this particular will help rural areas. As Parliament, we will enhance our oversight this financial year and measure the progress on the implementation of major water and sanitation infrastructure. Maya Angelou, in one of her poems, says, and I quote, "You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, arise." Honorable President of the Republic, Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, rise. Honorable President of the African National Congress, rise and continue to make a lasting legacy to this nation. Make a mark on the world, in creating a better life for all. The African National Congress will always support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, honorable members, we will have a maiden speech by Honorable N. Khatebe. Honorable Khatebe.
Honorable Chairperson, the President of the Republic of South Africa, and honorable members of the National Council of Provinces.
Order, members, order.
And His Excellency the IFP founder and President Emeritus Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. I feel honored and privileged to have been elected by the Inkatha Freedom Party to serve in the NCOP and represent the people of South Africa. As I was only sworn in yesterday, please expect to receive a not so smooth articulation. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to thank our great leader, His Excellency Honorable Prince Buthelezi, as well as the IFP caucus for entrusting me with this significant responsibility. Honorable members from all political parties, it is truly my hope that through cooperation and unity, we can deliver on our promise to unite the people of South Africa. Honorable members, the year 2022 kicked off on a traumatic note with the raging fires emerging from the buildings of Parliament. In the words of His Excellency Prince Buthelezi, we could never have imagined a moment like this when we would see a national key point and the center of our democracy go up in flames. The IFP has called for unity in this tragic moment, and we agree with the President who in his State of the Nation address held that, I quote, "What happened in Parliament speaks to a broader devastation in our land," close quote. The building of our Parliament were once a symbol of hope for South Africans in our hard-fought. Quite the contrary. A more just and equal society. Take you up on your the path we chose of future generation, close quote. Unless you honestly and truthfully, you can never truly ordinary citizens face of these issues. Our people access their most basic human rights. The consistent challenge for the most vulnerable in our society. Government level, to the hands of corruption and taking the biggest hit. By understanding the root cause of the country's poor water delivery, it will become a to despair and little attention is paid to repair and maintaining existing. We must choose to correct the path now so that our future generation the burden of our failures in national, provincial, and local government spheres. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable T.W. McPherson. Honorable McPherson.
Mr. President, when you stood here last Thursday and gave your Sona speech, out of everything that you said, there were 12 words that marked dramatic change in government policy, and they were, we all know that government does not create jobs, businesses create jobs. While at face value this may seem obvious, for nearly 3 decades the ANC and national government have been in complete denial about this fact. COSATU and the SACP have been hysterical in their response to this point in your speech, and it's harder to tell what the ANC thinks about it, although I suspect the shock etched on the face of your MPs and their muted applause suggests they don't quite buy into the idea. It's concerning that you now appear to be flip-flopping on this in your newsletter just on Monday. But it's an important ideological shift for government. It signals the understanding that government, ministers and officials need to get out of the way of business doing what it does best, and that is create jobs and grow the economy. There is more evidence of this in your appointment of a new red tape reduction czar in the form of respected businessman Sipho Nkosi. You clearly have run out of patience with Minister Patel, who was supposed to be the red tape champion reduction through his own unit. This can only be seen as a vote of no confidence in him, because he absolutely loves red tape. And I see he's not even on the starting lineup for the ANC, which suggests even more bad news for him. Instead of working around him, Mr. President, why can't you just sack him? Mr. President, you spoke about finding a new consensus amongst social partners within 100 days to reignite economic recovery. But that's where you're wrong. You don't need consensus to do what is right. You can't run a country on consensus. You just need to get the job done. Because you'll never find consensus amongst the left and within your own party. Because your views on economic reforms are not aligned to the ANC's. South Africa urgently needs economic growth, and this will only happen if we have well thought out and calibrated policies to do so, of which localization is neither. And talking of consensus, there is much agreement amongst academics, economists, and the opposition that localization will cause more harm than good. It's a fundamental flaw that it is simplistically and naively assumes that if you create trade barriers to certain goods and then designate them for local production, that consumer demand will magically be created. And this is not how economics work, Mr. President, and you know that, which is why I guess you have seemingly toned down your enthusiasm for localization in this year's Sona. South Africa needs to be cost competitive when it comes to manufacturing, so that we can be export-driven economy and take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. But if we're going to be a protectionist economy, then we're only going to damage our ability to export to Africa and the world. But in order to do this, we need functioning ports. Our ports are so inefficient that in the Durban harbour, they are only moving half the number of containers per hour than they did 2 years ago. However, what was concerning is you did not mention an intervention which is so desperately required in the Port of Cape Town. It is literally sinking under mismanagement and incompetence, which is leading to massive economic losses for the Western Cape. Your urgent intervention is needed. Mr. President, if those of us who understand how to get our economy going and growing can all agree that we need to put job creation at the center of our efforts and that only business can create jobs, then every single thing that government does needs to ensure that this happens. If there's a law that prohibits it, then repeal it. If there is a regulation that seeks to make it more difficult, then bin it. And if there is a minister that seeks to frustrate it, then fire them. You will have our support if you are prepared to follow through with those two crucial words. I thank you.
No, thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable Minister of Basic Education.
Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe. Chair of the NCOP, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President, honorable members from the National Assembly and the NCOP, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, Chair, I am honored to participate in the State of the Nation address, which was presented by our Honorable President in the past week. I wish to reflect on a few things on the role of basic education in repositioning South Africa on an inclusive growth path. There's no doubt, Chair, that basic education sector holds a key to better life for all, better earning potential, better health outcomes, and the faster economic growth. In a collective effort to set the country on a new growth path, employment and transformation, there is no doubt that a vibrant basic education system is key. As the President opined, we must continue to work harder to realize the ideal of a much improved basic education with better learning outcomes and a solid care and psychosocial support for vulnerable learners. As we have come to know, the path to faster economic growth begins with our learners having access to the best early learning foundations. It has been empirically proven that countries that invest in education, value its teachers, have a greater chance to unlock economic bottlenecks and the entire economic value chain. But just to respond to what the leader of the DA said about dropout rates, to just educate, free education. Learners don't drop out because the minister is there. There are circumstances around what learners drop. That's why even in the Eastern Cape, even in the Western Cape, we will still find learners dropping out. But it is a matter of concern, and it is a fact that up to the grade 9, as a country, in the basic education sector, stop howling at, a whole chest howling. In the basic education sector, we are able to retain more than 90%, and we begin to notice unpleasant dropout rates, and which are working on, but amongst other members, amongst other things, which is an international fact, our learners failed because of gangsterism, which is rife in the Western Cape, teenage pregnancies, youth delinquency, parent responsibilities, and unfortunately in some instances, curriculum pressures, peer pressure that are faced by young people. But what we are doing as a sector, as a responsible sector, we are putting in place plans to respond. Just to respond to Mamu Notata, that's Dr. Contwenty Yensangau. Dr. Bisakdala, utucela abantu osebenzana baku-induct ngalento kuthiwa uyenze, because cacile wasinokuthi kubethwa baphi, kuyiwaphi, uthetha into enye, uyaziphindaphinda, so mabaku-induct emntu wabantu sizova ukuthi uthini, because andiyazi into oyithethayo. So, Chair, at the heart of basic education reform, we all agree that it's the recalibration of early learning foundations. Early childhood education is a foundation for cognitive development by its nature. To realize our mission of achieving a high-performing and quality basic education system in particular, in partnership with social development, we have reimagined the whole concept, definition, curriculum, and the funding of ECD. As we sit here, we can safely say with the Minister of Social Development, but by the 1st of April, the function chief will have happened. Speaker or Chair, we have developed a database ECD project, which we have codenamed it as the Thrive by 5 Index. The Thrive by 5 Index has assessed the quality of ECD programs in a nationally representative sample of ECD programs. And this index allows us to know the proportion of children who are developmentally on track for their age and the quality of ECD. And we'll be using the baseline from this information to track our progress. And as we know, the basic education sector has been battered by 2 years of intermittent COVID-19 closures and rotational timetable. On the 7th of February, so embarrassing to have a howling leader, Mahloni. How to let this moya, man. So, Madam Speaker, on the 7th of February, we can report that all pupils from primary schooling and special schools have returned to regular schools. And this followed the cabinet decision on the day. And we are, Chair, very mindful of the fact that COVID-19 is still with us, and all of us have a direct responsibility to ensure that we prevent the spread of this virus, and all our interventions have been advised by medical science, and we have committed ourselves to make sure that pupils, teachers, and non-teaching staff and visitors must continue to wear masks and recognize or even keep to all the protocols that we have put in place, which include mask breaks, continuous use of alcohol-based sanitizers, maintaining good ventilation in our classrooms, and making sure that there's always constant cleaning. But the normal return to timetabling will assist us as a sector to really do some of the things that we're unable to do. It was resolved, sir, that we need to reboot, recalibrate, and reposition the sector. And the first step that we have agreed on is addressing the crisis of lost learning and prevent further disruptions in our system. And the second step is to introduce measures to catch up on the time as well as the teaching learning that has been lost through COVID. And we urge parents and stakeholders to continue to support us and ensure that there are no disruptions. And fight and continue that since we had a major vaccination program, once we had lost more than 3,000 educators, we've not lost any educator except that we're encouraging our people to vaccinate and even to go for the booster. And the no rara trading isn't just a house in that. So on curriculum, Chair, we have agreed that in order to equip our learners with 21st centuries, we should facilitate more efficient transition from school to work. And the department has embarked on a curriculum strengthening process, and the strengthened curriculum will explicitly state knowledge, skills, and competencies of the future. We also had a Lekgotla which was focusing also on our experiences from COVID-19, and it has, amongst others, dictated a review on how we conduct our business, because we all agree that we cannot go back to methods of teaching that we used before COVID-19. Therefore, it is critical for us to strengthen coordination of teacher development, but also to relook at our curriculum and strengthen it. Because our macroeconomic policies, such as the new growth path, outlines government's industrial agenda, the critical job drivers, prioritize industrial sectors, and a range of interventions that are required to accelerate economic growth and create jobs. Indeed, COVID-19 has had a very devastating blow in the implementation of sports enrichment programs in our schools, and as a department, after consultations, have encouraged schools to resume the extracurricular programs and to strictly adhere to the COVID-19 regulations. On matric exams, I know it's because Western Cape is no longer a leading system, that's why you score on matric results. Because we really cannot find ourselves in a situation where we don't celebrate our children's success, because it's ANC leading provinces which year after year produce the best results. Now we score on matric results. So we do, Chair, celebrate the quality outcomes achieved by the class of 2021. Especially the highest overall passing numbers, the bachelor and diplomas that have passed, the passes in distinction, the gender parity expressed in percentage between boys and girls, and what appears to be an effective political economy of basic education system that has been achieved through the PRUA policy. So, it's actually embarrassing to have a leader like which can celebrate even the successes of children. Speaker and Chairperson and honorable members who are interested in going through the detailed analysis, I'll send you a copy of the 2021 results. We can get them on our website. And again, for a person like you, I'm glad I wouldn't. So let me again take this opportunity to encourage those who did not meet the past requirements for the 2021 NC results. We have introduced what we call a second chance matric support program and encouraging young people to go for a rewrite. And again, we're very excited, Chair, that we were further encouraged when the President announced that government is introducing an innovative social infrastructure delivery mechanism to address issues that afflict the delivery of school infrastructure. The mechanism proposed will address the speed, the financing, the funding, the quality of delivering, mass employment, and the maintenance of school infrastructure. The school infrastructure remains a major challenge for the sector. The current backlog, we're told, stands at 200 billion. And with the current delivery financing model, there's no way the sector will be able to meet its objectives. And thus, the intervention is highly welcome. On youth employment, on youth employment, the President presents 6 priority actions over the next 5 years to reduce youth unemployment. And amongst others was to establish the first cohort of a presidential youth service program, which will unlock the agency of young people and provide opportunities for them to earn an income while contributing to nation building. Last year, the basic education sector benefited from the presidential youth intervention, through which 595,000 employment opportunities were created for young people in the public schools across the country. This year, 319 opportunities were created, or 309 opportunities were created in phase 1, and this year we have 276 opportunities, and we're working on phase 3. So amongst these, we've been working with our provinces, working to provide training opportunities to all these young people, and amongst the training programs we have provided is artificial intelligence in the 4th industrial revolution, online safety, digital literacy, and teaching reading for meaning. The Presidential Youth Employment Initiative in the basic education sector definitely remains a flagship component of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program and is currently the largest mass employment program. Mevrouw Boshoff, J. Verstanmus, or J. Hoor and Verstanet, Ninet Hoor. The availability of high-speed broadband, we believe, is no longer a luxury, but a necessity for our schools to leverage on the benefits that technology can add to the delivery of quality basic education. Government is fully aware that 74% of our schools which are reported to receive connectivity, only 10% of this is suitable for learning. So we believe that the solution to bring high-speed broadband into schools lies in the implementation of government policy on South Africa Connect, and this plan, we believe, will bring connectivity. Madam Speaker, let me remind this House that the NDP enjoins us to establish strategic, sustainable social partners in order to create an enabling environment for the implementation of strategic programs in the basic education sector. The ruling party has always declared education as a societal issue, and to ensure the proper and focused coordination of the involvement of society in our programs and interventions. And with the involvement and support of communities in schools, we do see waning levels of vandalism in schools, we see dwindling levels of crime and other forms of disruptions, and for this we are very grateful. It is through these well-coordinated programs and support that we are able to support the sector. Yes. So I wish to thank the President.
Minister, your time is up.
A shouting leader like you as does.
Yes, thank you very much.
Scandalous.
We'll have a slight change in our plans. So we'll call on Honorable House Chairperson of Committees and ICT. But as the next speaker comes up, we will request the Speaker, Madam Speaker, will request you to come over to take the chairing. So, House Chairperson of Committees and ICT.
So.
You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic, His Excellency the President, who is also following the proceedings, members of the Executive, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the ANC, I wish to appreciate the leadership role of President Cyril Ramaphosa and our colleagues in Cabinet to have formulated a bold, credible, trustworthy position on climate change that could garner international support at COP26 in Glasgow. The updated emissions report towards 2030 is more ambitious and shifts the country's commitments closer to what is needed globally for us to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Our country did particularly well at COP26 and achieved most of the objectives that were set. Now is the time to put our shoulder to the wheel and implement our commitments. However, recognizing the need to act is not the same as action itself. And Glasgow discussions highlighted that the road to net zero will be fraught with many obstacles, both economic and behavioral. The pact will be realized only if countries take concerted and immediate action to deliver on their commitments. This means, it's inevitable, honorable members, the phasing down of fossil fuels, halting and reversing deforestation, speeding up the switch to electric vehicles, and reducing methane emissions. The pact delivered on achieving global goals on mitigation, adaptation, and finance to enable countries to deliver on their immediate climate goals and multilateralism to deliver even greater action. However, as Professor Jeffrey Sachs states, and I quote, COP26 in Glasgow suffered the same lack of trust between developing and developed countries that has burdened global climate negotiations for almost 3 decades. Financing is at the heart of the geopolitical rupture on climate change. And developing countries are already reeling under countless pressures, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, where really the commitments from the developed countries did not materialize. There's weak domestic economies and so forth. In short, he states, they see their societies, that is developing countries, falling even further behind a few high-income countries, close quote. Developing countries regard climate change as a crisis caused largely by the rich economies in the world, which they also view as shirking their historical and ongoing responsibility for the crisis. As the African National Congress, we believe we must continue to work within the framework of the climate change instruments that are there to ensure that there is indeed a global effort to deliver on all the pledges, but most importantly, and Minister Mantashe referred to this afternoon, achieving the just transition in our country, especially considering our vulnerabilities. It is in this context that we appreciate the COP26 outcome on the just transition, where international partners have offered $8.5 billion towards South Africa's Just Energy Transition Program. Partner governments in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, as well as the United States, as well as the European Union, would mobilize this money over the next 3 to 5 years through a range of instruments. As the ANC, we have identified remaining issues that are outstanding so that we can fully understand the exact nature of this offer. One, is it a grant? Is it concessional finance? Or is it simply a loan? What are the terms and conditions of this funding and the nature of partnerships with multinational companies in the implementation of the agreed projects? In this vein, Honorable President, the appointment of Mr. Daniel Minele as the head of the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team to lead the mobilization of funds for our just transition is welcomed, and it will provide the necessary expertise in this very complex field. The emerging theme, however, honourable members, in discussions around climate finance at the COP conference with developed countries is that the developed countries now say we simply do not have the financial resources to meet the $100 billion commitment per year targeted for climate financing. And they add, the private sector must become part of the solution. Now, while there is agreement that the private sector have an important role to play in financing, we must remind ourselves that the private sector, due to its nature and character, is not a benevolent entity that simply dish out money. And its role must be clearly identified and defined in terms of the climate crisis. A new approach to financing is needed that do not put developing countries in a debt trap. Thus, efforts to fight climate change is a public good that must not be used just for profiteering, but it must, and new technologies must be utilized for the common good of humanity. We cannot put a price tag on the mitigation and adaptation that we need to do before developing countries can move on their own. Why is the just transition for us important? And at the recent ANC Lekgotla, we were seized with this matter. It's a known fact to all of us that the energy sector is historically reliant, especially in South Africa, on fossil fuels, coal production to meet our energy demands. There is a reality that coal is indeed one of the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases. There's also a very strong view that there is no such thing as clean coal, and technology for carbon capture and storage is expensive and it's not sustainable. Also, the financing and investment for new coal ventures have effectively dried up because of the risks associated with stranded assets. Furthermore, as South Africa, we must always work towards maintaining the local industry's capacity to export to key markets, such as the EU and the UK, both of which have already set targets and deadlines to reduce the number of fossil fuel-reliant vehicles on their roads. However, there is another reality, and this reality is that the livelihoods of thousands of mine workers, communities, and those in the upstream and downstream of the economy is heavily reliant on coal. For us in the ANC, we see that for the foreseeable future, it is thus inevitable that coal will remain part of our energy mix, but with the introduction of other greener fossil fuels and more renewable energy sources, our reliance on coal will gradually decrease. This is not a unique situation for South Africa only. The major economies, the richest countries in the world, still make use of coal in their energy mix. The announcement by the President on measures to close the energy gap, therefore, and to introduce renewables to make up for the shortfall is rational and commendable. The energy transition must be designed to promote inclusive growth, industrial development, and employment creation to ensure that nobody is left behind. We must underscore just transition in our ongoing discussions on sustainable development in a carbon-constrained world. A just transition must of necessity ensure environmental sustainability as well as decent work, social inclusion, and poverty eradication. And in this respect, there's a few lessons that we can learn by looking east. And we can learn from the implementation of the transition, both in China and India, so that we can enrich our processes and not repeat some of the mistakes that has been made. If not properly addressed, there's a real potential for stranded workers and communities which we cannot afford. Consequently, transparent planning that includes just transition measures would prevent fear, opposition, and inter-community and generational conflict. We understand that the just transition which we see globally cannot happen by itself. It requires plans, policies, and implementation. In conclusion, just transition requires us to leave no one behind. For example, for the coal communities, it would entail community renewal with investment in new energy, new industry skills development, and new jobs. For cities, investment in low and zero emissions. For industry, switching to renewable energy must be supplemented with cleaner industrial processes. And for workers, collective bargaining ensure that essential support is there for the reskilling and redeployment of workers. For government, it brings the potential to resolve long outstanding issues in terms of climate change, while simultaneously addressing the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and growing inequality. A just transition is the most important plan for restoring economic growth and boosting employment. Parliament must play a constructive role in terms of this process. The unit of analysis for assessing the effect of a just transition will be the coal miner. Let us not leave them behind. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable S.J. Graham.
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, today I stand in this glorious hall, heartbroken that I get to deliver this speech in somebody else's house. Because this year, our magnificent National Assembly building burnt down, leaving this sixth Parliament homeless. While the cause of the fire remains a mystery, the extent of the damage is concerning. It is evident that there is a litany of failures by those tasked with safeguarding our beloved Parliament that got us here. A health and safety audit in 2018 warned of the paucity of systems and processes in place in Parliament. The BDO report, commissioned in 2020 and kept hidden for over a year, had two significant and one critical finding related specifically to fire safety on the parliamentary precinct. The response to this report by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has been characterized by a total lack of urgency to self-correct. An electrical fire in March 2021 provided an opportunity for introspection and thus highlighted some of the issues with respect to fire safety on the parliamentary precinct. 10 months later, not one of the recommendations that followed has been implemented. Littered with excuses, Minister de Lille's department's response has been negligible. Not a single identified failing rectified. In fact, the report from the City of Cape Town Fire Department indicated critical breaches in fire safety that contributed to the magnitude of the January fire, that the valves for the sprinkler system were closed, that the fire doors were latched open, and that the only alarm that was triggered was in a neighboring building and activated after the fire department were already on the scene. Mr. President, this is certainly not indicative of a capable state. This is a state that is incompetent and deleterious and wholly lacking in action and urgency. Yesterday, Minister de Lille announced that the Kruger Development Corporation has been appointed to conduct an assessment on the damage caused by the fire. Minister de Lille promised us independent experts. What we appear to have is a regularly utilized public works implementing agent with tenuous specialist engineering credentials, but extremely powerful ANC connections. Experts, conceivably. Independent, not so much. Mr. President, you spoke several times in your address of a need for consensus. You stated that, and I quote, "The state must create an environment in which the private sector can invest and unleash the dynamism of the economy." Close quote. Excellent concept. But let's do a reality check. Abergold is a company that cultivates abalone, the most sought-after seafood in the world. They've been based in Hermanus for 23 years. 3 years ago, they started the process of renewing their lease with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which comes due now in June. One would think that their proactive approach would have seen this process resolved timeously and effortlessly. One would be wrong. I have submitted 2 different questions to the Minister on this. I have written to the department on their behalf. Minister de Lille herself has been directly engaged on the matter during a visit to the Hermanus Harbour, and the lease has still not been renewed. 450 permanent sustainable jobs created by business hang in the balance. So instead of creating an enabling environment for the unleashing of dynamism, your government is strangling private enterprise through inefficiency, bureaucracy, and a total lack of urgency. Meeting the accommodation needs of its client departments is a fundamental role of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and yet these needs are at best being met without any sense of urgency or care, and at worst, not being met at all. The department has spent 872 million rand on the Telkom Towers building in Tshwane to house the South African Police Service. 6 years since the inception of the project, these extremely expensive offices remain unoccupied. In the meantime, 51 detectives and 2 support staff in the Florida SAPS in Joburg have been working from one hall for 3 years because there has been a complete lack of urgency by any of the role players to solve their accommodation needs. Similarly, we have correctional services personnel who work with parolees. They are housed in a privately leased building in Gqeberha, which is so appalling that the Department of Labour shut it down in 2020. The DPWI, devoid of any solutions, sent them back. These offices cost us 70,000 rand a month. Mr. President, on Thursday night you said government was work for the people. Perhaps you should have been more specific. Government should use the resources entrusted to it to provide the best possible service to the people it serves. The citizens of the town of Hoedspruit go days without water almost every month because the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the local and district municipalities see absolutely no need to find a solution to the water provision for the town. There are very real, very possible solutions to this crisis, but it requires action and urgency, both sorely lacking. We have the Village of Hope, a visionary project which will, on completion, house up to 1,200 orphans in Hartbeespoort. 8 years after it was approved, the transfer of land to the project by the DPWI has still not been facilitated. And the private sector funders, having already invested upwards of 150 million rand, are unwilling to plough any more money into the project as it has no security of tenure. This is a concrete measure to address poverty, inequality and unemployment. And instead of supporting the project, Minister Dillon and Co. seem hell-bent on obstructing it. Mr. President, if we are ever to achieve a new consensus based on action and not just words, our first step needs to be to build mutual trust. As the examples I've mentioned today show, we cannot trust this government to look after its employees, its partners, or those who are creating jobs. We cannot trust this government to look after the very structures that house it. We cannot trust this government to work in a meaningful way for its people. And without trust, this consensus you seek will remain ever elusive. What we need is an executive that serves all the people of this country, not just their party, or in Minister DeLille's case, her benefactor's party. We need a public service that embodies service excellence, led by servant leaders who take pride in their work and deliver a dignified experience to our people. We need a government spurred to action and focused on delivery. We need the Minister of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to fulfill her mandate, urgently and with no excuses. When we have this, we will be on the way to a capable, ethical and developmental state built on a new consensus that the DA can get behind. Until then, we have only words. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member Sheikh Imam.
Honourable Speaker, President of the Republic of South Africa, Deputy President, honourable members, with limited time, let me start off by saying I think one of the things we need to accept that South Africa is in a crisis currently. We've had state capture. We continue to have state capture. Experts are saying we are about to have a state collapse in this country. And more importantly, what, according to the experts, is imminent is a state overthrow or a coup. Clearly, let us not underpin or downplay the seriousness of what is happening in the country currently. Starting from the unrest in July, to the burning of Parliament, to the hacking of the deeds office, to the holding of hostage of ministers, to the fire at St. George's Cathedral, let us not underpin the seriousness of what is happening. But my message, particularly today to the ruling party, is this. Whether we like it or not, you need to accept that whatever happens in your party affects all 59 million people in this country. So my plea to you is to put your differences aside, to agree, but put South Africans first. If we don't do this, South Africa will be a thing of the past. Now, there are many political parties that have said a whole lot here today. But maybe what we need to do is to embrace those, like some of the comments and suggestions that have come from the DA. Embrace them. Let us agree to disagree. But let us do what is in the best interest of South Africa and its country. That is what we should be doing. Let us forget about race. Let us forget about everything else. But let us put South Africa first. You know, when you talk about the economy, it reminds me of my late leader, VZ Magwaza Msibi, may her soul rest in peace, when she said what South Africa needs is a mixed economy. The very same words of our great leader, Chris Hani. And that's what we have. So why can't we come together? Own the resources. Let the people of this country own the resources. But let us also encourage what the president is saying. And I'm glad he has said this. For the first time we've heard it in many years, that it is not the responsibility of government to create jobs, but a conducive environment to create jobs in the private sector. And we must welcome that. But Mr. President, I want to tell you what you've got wrong. That the very same suit that you were bragging about, you are correct, it is made in South Africa. But what you don't know, Mr. President, it is made in South Africa by Chinese businessmen employing foreigners at 20 cents an item, at 300 rand a week. That is how our employees are being exploited in South Africa. But I hear people in this gallery applauding the Chinese. The exploitation of China continues in South Africa unabated. Where is the Human Rights Commission? Nowhere to be seen. And I dare any one of you to come with me and I will show you firsthand. I'm not sure if the Minister of Labour is here because he promised to meet me for me to show him. And I want to know how many Chinese businesses has he found violating the labor laws in this country? How many? How many of his labor inspectors have he apprehended who might have gone there and seen the way our employees are being treated and did very little or nothing about it? Now, Mr. President, let's talk about the issue of corruption. It continues today unabated right from local government election. It is payback time now for parties that benefited from the private sector and that performed exceptionally well in this election. What are you doing, Mr. President, to close those gaps once and for all? I want to suggest when it comes to deploying people, let it be the responsibility of independent persons. Let it not be the responsibility of any politician anywhere in the country if we want to get people with the necessary capacity, the ethics, the values that can take South Africa forward. Now, Mr. President, the question that we need to ask, why would anybody want to invest in a country that is so lawless at the moment? We begged for freedom. We could not move and go anywhere you wanted to. You could not live anywhere you want to. Now that you have that freedom, you still can't go anywhere. You still can't live anywhere you want to. So what is the purpose and the benefit of this freedom? Mr. President,
sorry, your time is expired.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Councillor DeForce.
Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Nosiviwe Mapisa Nakula, the Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo, Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency Deputy President David Mabuza, Honorable Premiers of the 9 provinces, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. Madam Speaker, I speak here on behalf of the fraternity of local government, cognizant of the increased expectation by local communities of the role of the local arm of state in making a meaningful impact on development. Former President Nelson Mandela, in his address to the inaugural conference of SALGA in November 1996, challenged organized local government when he said, and I quote, "You have the task of doing whatever is necessary to ensure that our new local government system serves the needs of our communities. You have the responsibility to make their voice heard and to provide an effective instrument for them to improve their lives." It is against this backdrop of these words that as SALGA we want to respectfully submit to this joint sitting that in order to achieve a local government that is capable of playing a developmental and transformative role if we are to reverse the legacy of apartheid, to ensure that all spheres of government supports local government as the sphere closest to the people and the implementation level of government to play a fundamental role in building a capable state. As we emerge from the 1st November 2021 local government elections, serving our people should be at the center of our actions during this 5th term of local government. It is our belief that we must engage people in a co-production and co-creation towards a sustainable country to eradicate poverty, address inequality, to ensure prosperity for all, considering the diversity of the people and acknowledging culture and indigenous knowledge. While it is true that several serious and complex challenges persist in our municipalities, by and large, local government has delivered on extending services such as water, sanitation, and electricity, and therefore immensely contributed towards a better life for the majority of our people. Drawing on the lessons learned from the 25-year local government transformation journey, there is a need to place municipalities at the center of our efforts to deal with the persistent challenges presented by our rapidly changing world. Madam Speaker, the role of cities, given their importance as engines of economic growth and job creation, in transforming the space economy and reversing our spatial legacy is key. This comes with particular reflection on the powers and functions necessary to execute the mandate and why devolution and assignment is critical to the management of integrated spaces. Madam Speaker, we are excited at the President's announcement to commence the process of auctioning of the high-frequency communication spectrum. As SALGA, we call upon all operators to rally behind this initiative. Not only will this open the market for new players, but more importantly, it will unlock opportunities for rural and remote municipalities to access faster internet connectivity. This connectivity will ensure that these municipalities do not lag behind the digital age. As the world rapidly embraces 5G and its associated applications, this initiative has huge potential to ensure that we become at par with more developed areas in the country and as a consequence be more competitive. Madam Speaker, the rapid deployment of broadband infrastructure across all municipalities through establishing a standard model for the granting of municipal permissions is long overdue. These reforms will indeed revolutionize our technological development. SALGA therefore calls for more direct participation by municipalities in the provision of broadband and fiber. Firstly, the bylaw should not only be limited in the introduction of a uniform approval process of whale leaves for fiber rollout. Instead, they should also provide a framework for multiple modalities for public-private partnerships with broadband operators to ensure a far more financially sustainable revenue model for municipalities. A secondary dividend of this approach is that municipalities would then be able to compel their partners to also provide some basic internet to its communities, more in particular the indigent. For example, the PPPs would allow municipalities to participate in the provision of internet connectivity, including providing its own infrastructure to be used in provisioning of this service. In exchange, basic or minimum acceptable internet can be provided to indigent groups free of charge. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, as municipalities seek to be more financially resilient and seek to diversify revenue streams, it is our view that municipalities should be empowered and funded to roll out fiber to the home using their existing infrastructure. This is a call in line with our submission that broadband should be the fifth revenue-generating utility. Enabling infrastructure already exists in a number of municipalities, including rural municipalities, where fiber can be rolled out to the homes with ease and speed. This can be funded through several instruments to accelerate this rollout in areas that have been neglected by private operators. Lastly, we call for SADA to be empowered to drive this approach as a sector-wide program and coordinate this work through centralized officer through its digital unit. This will further ensure that downstream solutions that are fit for purpose for developmental government are enabled. This includes smart infrastructure, smart services, smart homes, smart planning, and ultimately smart communities and cities. Madam Speaker, recent engagements in the IGR space have largely focused on debts owed by municipalities to ESCOM, water boards, and trading entities. Less attention and focus has been on municipal consumer debts, which amounted to 264.7 billion rand as at 30 September 2021, of which government debt constitutes approximately 19.6 billion rand, and households as the largest component constitutes approximately 186.6 billion rand. We remain concerned with the impact of this consumer debt on the financial sustainability of municipalities. The situation is further exacerbated by the reality that the current state of local government revenue, compared to the assumptions that underpin the financial model presented in the local government white paper, are not aligned. Both potential and actual revenue collected by municipalities fall far short of the assumptions in debt planning, implementation, management, and expenditure demands placed on local government were radically extended, whilst per capita revenue based to fund those demands was radically reduced. A significant number of municipalities will never come close to their target under the current fiscal framework. Madam Speaker, in the recent actions by the city of Tshwane to disconnect non-paying ratepayers comes at no surprise. These actions are in line with a standing SALGA resolution that advocates for municipalities to urgently and aggressively enforce credit control management measures. This, in our view, is to be done in two phases. Firstly, targeting properties and businesses through disconnection, and a second phase that includes rigorous analysis of the gross debt and restructured debts to see realistically collectible debts and those that could be considered for write-off or repeal as historical, uncollectible, not forgetting the installation of prepaid meters to mitigate against the raking up of excessive bills. Madam Speaker, whilst this is our view, is a step towards more financially sustainable municipalities, bold measures are needed to curb unviable municipalities, ensure municipalities collect and better manage their customers, and national interventions are taken to ensure that this growing debt situation does not undermine the solvency of local government. As we have done in previous debates on the state of the nation, we once more caution against
a piecemeal approach in solving municipal financial sustainability. This would include current considerations to amend the Electricity Regulation Act. For instance, the long outstanding matter pertaining to municipalities' constitutional executive authority for the electricity distribution function requires that the necessary amendments are likewise affected to the Electricity Regulation Act to factor this reality. In so doing, we would take a huge step towards resolving municipal debt. Madam Speaker, following through on previous commitments that created heightened expectations at the local level, we are pleased with the President's announcement of a national rural roads program. We are of the view that if properly designed and implemented, it will be a massive public works program in municipalities, thus creating job opportunities for many young people, particularly in the context of the current state of the economy. As I conclude, Honourable Speaker, allow me to remind this joint sitting of the 1998 White Paper on Local Government Vision that, and I quote, "Local government has a critical role to play in rebuilding local communities and environments as the basis for a democratic, integrated, prosperous, and truly non-racial society." Whereas the journey of local government over the past 25 years in South Africa has been an imperfect transition, this vision remains relevant, and we therefore call upon all spheres of government and stakeholders to partner with us to achieve this noble objective. I thank you.
I thank you, Honourable Member. I now invite Honourable I.M. Sileko.
Honorable Speaker, my surname is Sileko.
Sileko.
Yes.
My apologies, Honourable Member Sileko.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans, goeiemiddag, good afternoon, midagani. Voorzitter, President Ramaphosa se staatsrede van 2022 gee vir ons hoop. Nou wil ek die president die waarheid vertel oor die rol wat munisipaliteite behoort te speel in die opbouing van omgewings wat die ekonomiese groei bevorder. En die waarheid is dat meeste van ons munisipaliteite eenvoudig nie daartoe in staat is of voorbereid is om die president se hervormingsplan te implementeer nie. The president has finally seen the light and agreed with the DA on the fact that the state, including municipalities, does not create jobs. This is the role of the private sector, and what we need from the state is for them to make it easier for business to thrive. Honorable Speaker, resurrecting infrastructure in municipalities in an attempt to provide services, growth, and development environments will be the biggest challenge of the success of the President's reform plans and to create prosperous rolling economies. I am encouraged, however, that the President mentioned this in his Sona. Speaker, the next goal is to facilitate closely knit and integrated spheres of governments between our national, provincial, and local governments. The mandates and effectiveness of municipalities will be extremely important to achieve this. This approach of an integrated participating governments of the different spheres embedded in the Western Cape government and where the DA governs. The Western Cape provincial government established synergy between provincial, local governments and participating national departments. This has already resulted in economic growth and development environments. Last year, the DA campaigned to have many failing key competencies under national government devolve so that competent provincial governments, such as the Western Cape, can provide the services that national government clearly cannot. Our people are not safe due to a failed police force, and on the 9th of September last year, we had this debate of devolution of powers to SEPs, to provinces. And I said then, and I'm saying it again, when we talk about safety of our people, we don't play politics. Honorable Taylor always comes here and fails to protect our citizens. Instead, it's politics. Just last week, a municipal official, which I used to serve with before I was a councillor in Grabo, and used to be a prominent ANC member, Solin Twana, was gunned down in front of his house with his 3-year-old son. That's why when you talk about devolution of powers, we're talking about safety of our citizens. And the non-existence of rail commuter system and the power utility that keep asking South Africans to pay for more for a service they cannot even render. What a scandal. Once the Western Cape's mandates over SEPs, land belonging to public works and rural development and transport infrastructure is broadened, the economic growth trajectory will increase exponentially. I urge the President to act in the best interest of the country and not his party's addiction to control, and allow South Africans to get the services they need. Speaker, municipalities are the core face of supporting local economies and needs to be purpose to make the reforms work. Reports from the Auditor General and Ratings Africa tells us that the municipalities are depleted and they cannot facilitate growth and development. Speaker, this country cannot revive itself when a Mashati local municipality at Tumakala must arrange credit with a local pick and pay so that their workers can eat. What a scandal. That is their focus, not service delivery and economic growth. In the Amatola District Municipality, a female member of the Executive Mayoral Committee was dragged from office violently. How many female speakers were on this podium? Not even one of them condemned this act of gender-based violence. Instead, they came here and they bragged about 3 bills that the President is signing into law, but they failed to protect their own. What a shame. Let's go to the Northwest. The Moses Kotane municipality in Northwest, Honorable Dodozo Isnoni in has since the election not succeeded to appoint members of the Mayoral Committee. The focus is not on service delivery and economic development, but battle for positions in the ANC. Voorzitter, my ouma het my groot gemaak in Boeverwes en ons was gewoond aan munisipale dienslewering. Och, dat het verander en die fokus is nou kaderontplooiing en korrupsie. In Mossel Bay municipality, political unity led to a situation where on the appointment of the municipal manager, the DA embraced the involvement of other parties and created political stability, which is key to build economic conducive environment. If you care to know about the color and the race of the MM, please visit Mossel Bay municipality. Chairperson, this is not only unique to Mossel Bay, this is how it is in DA government, Overstrand, Stellenbosch, Cape Town, and others. Speaker, the ANC was rejected in Johannesburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, and other metros because they failed to provide services and grow economies. And in Ekurhuleni, Mayor Masina was escorted by municipal vehicle, but he had to go home with an Uber. What a shame. The successes in the Western Cape inspired voters to reject the ANC in these metros. They were rejected because the people saw the focus on economic growth and service delivery in DA-governed entities. Speaker, when the President took the oath as the 6th democratically elected President of the country, he said, "Yes, South Africa, Tumamina." The people did. We gave him that. We wanted to send him. And he rewarded us by sending leaders who continue to ruin the economy and municipal services delivery. Oh, the President, men and women acted on the wrong intentions and reality of Tumamina. They went in with their long fingers into the tills instead of giving what services. For the ANC, Tumamina is a punchline. For the DA, it became the sincere intentions and reality and a way of living and governing. The DA said to the President, yes, Tumamina, so that we can give all South Africans what the DA gives to the people of the Western Cape and elsewhere. There, we already implement what you have articulated in your Sona 2022. And to Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Honorable Sileku, Your time is expired.
I wanted to give a message
Your
to the honorable
time
minister.
is expired. Honorable, order. Order. We are in a chamber, in a National Assembly. We're not in a concert. Honorable, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable President of the Republic and the Deputy President, honorable members, ngiyamangala ukuthi labantu be-opposition abazokhuluma la bakhuluma ngokhongolose nohulumeni, abakhulumi ngabo at all. Kanti nithunywe ukuzokwenzani lana labantu abanivotela ababezokwenzani nazokhuluma ngathi esikhundleni sokuthi nikhulume ngani. I wish to start by thanking the President for a very comprehensive Sona address, mapping a way forward to transform our country and build a better life for all. As contained in the speech, government remains resolute in expanding the post-school education and training system, supported by a careful and systematic enrollment planning, whose objective is to increase the participation rates of our youth, especially black youth and women. According to international university rankings, the South African university system is the strongest in the continent. But not only that, it is also the single largest university system that also remains public. It is home to some of the highly respected universities in the continent and globally. To ensure that we develop the entire public university system, we continue to intensify the implementation of the University Capacity Development Program to improve student access, success, and the quality of teaching, learning, and research. My Department of Higher Education and Training and that of Science and Innovation are also busy finalizing the skills strategy and innovation strategies, respectively, to support the economic reconstruction and recovery plan that is led by our President. Indeed, as the President has outlined in the Sona, through our skills development system, we will be offering about 100,000 opportunities, including but not limited to learnerships and internships. The primary aim of this is to assist the transition of our young people from learning to working. The President further announced that 10,000 TVET College graduates will be offered workplace experience so that they complete their qualifications, thus improving their prospects for employability or starting their own small businesses. This is the beginning of opportunities that we plan to roll out every year, so we address the need for what is sometimes called in-service training for TVET College students. All these 10,000 students or learners will be paid a learnership allowance as regulated in terms of the National Minimum Wage Act. We have also established entrepreneurship hubs at TVET colleges to support students to move into self-employment after completion of their programs. Both our universities and TVET colleges' curricula are being reviewed and strengthened so that they are aligned to the economy. We have also initiated different programs aimed at encouraging young people to become artisans that are so desperately needed in the South African economy. In the 2018-2019 financial year, we trained and registered about 29,982 artisans, and we will work even harder given the fact that this program was disrupted by COVID-19. The ANC-led government has also increased apprenticeship learner grant from 165,000 to 206,000 rand paid to employers hosting apprentices for the duration of such apprenticeships. This year, we will also continue to improve our educational outcomes by supporting students to ensure that teaching and learning continues. In order to support teaching and learning in the wake of COVID-19, last year we provided devices such as laptops and data for approximately over 90% of our students. We also provided Wi-Fi to students who were allowed back on campus. We have begun to turn the tide in reversing the backlogs in student accommodation, both at our universities and TVET colleges, and we will make further announcements later on this score. Let me also report that since the announcement by the President in February 2020, I have appointed a ministerial task team to oversee work to conduct feasibility studies on the two new universities, the University of Science and Innovation Ekurhuleni and the Crime Detection University also in Gauteng. And a final report in this regard will be submitted by the end of this year. Honorable Speaker and members, by UNESCO standards, South Africa continues to spend a large share of its national budget on education, both schooling and post-schooling. It's important for the DA to listen to this. Spending on education as a proportion of overall government expenditure, 22.7% in 2019-2020, and 7.2% of GDP, far exceeds the benchmarks set by UNESCO, which recommends allocating 15 to 20% of public spending to education and 4 to 6% of GDP to education. This year, we will be able to fund all qualifying students on the DHET bursary through the NSFAS scheme, all those who have been admitted for funded programs at public TVET colleges and universities. Through NSFAS, government has awarded approximately 171,000 billion rands in loans and bursaries to students since 1991. As of December 2021, NSFAS disbursed 38.7 billion rand to about 800,000 university and TVET college students, representing an increase of 316% from 2015 to 2021. It's a significant milestone for our government and reaffirms our commitment to expanding the frontiers of education to working class and poor families. We are also engaging both the public and private components of the financial sector to come up with a funding model to support students in the missing middle income bracket and postgraduate students who cannot secure funding from the National Research Foundation. I also wish to say, Madam Speaker, the President has also decisively led South Africa to play a leadership role to the global science and innovation response to COVID-19. In areas such as the development of vaccines, genomic surveillance, drugs, and diagnostic tools. Through cutting-edge research done through the KwaZulu-Natal Research Innovation and Sequencing Platform, we have made world-class contribution in science in fighting COVID-19. Some of our other important achievements in the science and innovation space include identification of new COVID-19 variants, thus leading the world in this regard, the completion and commissioning of the 64-dish Meerkat radio telescope, and we have developed the South African Hydrogen Society Roadmap, which the President spoke about, which we are launching day after tomorrow to identify the socio-economic benefits that hydrogen can bring as alternative source of energy in our country. Government has allocated a budget of just under 30 million rands for the Platinum Valley project, which will cover the Johannesburg to Durban corridor and the OR Tambo International Airport to King Shaka Airport. As the Department of Science and Innovation, in conjunction with the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, we successfully launched the 3 Maritime Domain Awareness Satellite Constellation at an investment of 27 million rands. This constellation will provide us with cutting-edge, very high-frequency data exchange communication system to the country's maritime industry, including monitoring of the movement of ships on our seas, as well as better management of our fishing resources. Who can doubt that the country's future is in good hands under the stewardship of President Ramaphosa? When the President calls for all of us to unite behind the priorities of the country, it's precisely because he knows it's only the African National Congress that is capable of leading this country to create a better life for all. Neither the DA nor the EFF are capable of playing that role, because both of them share some of the worst forms of racial chauvinism that will not help us to build a South Africa for all. Despite the fact that Honorable Shibambu, the EFF is only an accident of our political history. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Honorable Member. May I now invite Honorable MP Gallo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In the course of our preliminary research drive to comprehensively respond to the President's State of the Nation address, we were introduced to the contents of a book written by Juanita Hunter and her colleagues titled 8 Days in July. Major General Nonhlanhla Zulu's role during this period is reported to have shaped the course of our young democracy, which could have been plunged into civil war. As the leadership of the African Independent Congress, we salute Major General Nonhlanhla Zulu's innovative leadership. Regrettably, the heroic spirit of Major General Zulu cannot be said of the exile-steeped African National Congress and its blunt government. To drive this point home, we had a look at the use of the word establish. In all of his the President's speeches, dating as far back as 2018, the word appears more than 40 times in just less than 6 years. Figures don't lie. The President has no vision. He has established a parallel kitchen cabinet through a number of agencies, commissions, and councils, more than he has delivered on his faint promises. Perhaps let me clarify this.
or to be fair to the Honorable President. President, you do have a vision, but the vision you are having is clouded and captured by the demon of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is bad for the poor people and the working class. Mr. President, you should know better as the former founder of the National Union of Mine Workers. You have outsourced the executive powers and established the following kitchen cabinet structures: the Project Management Office, the Infrastructure and Investment Unit, and the Policy and Research Service, duplicating the work of other line-function government departments. The Pathway Management Network, a network that mimics the work of the NYDA. The list is long. To save time, let me continue. The President is sleeping on the job. Instead of replicating the Tanzanian model on competition policy, which is buttressed by that country's Fair Trade Practices Act, he is occasionally in the habit of appointing retired managers. This time around, to rescue the small and medium-sized services sector, the Rwandan Fair Trade Practices Act prohibits, restricts practices, regulates monopolies, including the concentration of economic power and prices. The noise about red tapes must be led by this House, by the members of Parliament, through a series of concerted structural reform and not through irregular appointments of retired managers. We are equally disappointed with the posture of the ANC government regarding structural and pro-poor reforms. Our disappointment is shared by many people, including Tulas Simpson. Simpson writes that the first democratically elected president of South Africa, once he had met the Chinese Premier Li Peng on occasion of the World Economic Forum in Davos on 2nd February 1992, changed the track and abandoned the ANC's radical economic policies.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
The lives of the ordinary South Africans.
Honourable Member, your time is expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now call on the Honourable the Minister of Communications, Honourable Nchaveni Malibongo. Can we have order, please? And we allow the Honourable Member.
To the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Madam Speaker, Honourable President and the Deputy President and the Chairperson of the NCOP. It is interesting that yesterday the legend of the fiddling Nero whilst Rome band was evoked. Those who have read history and not only heard of convenient quotations will know that Emperor Nero was popular with lower class commoners in Rome and the provinces, but he was deeply resented by the Roman aristocracy. Despite concerted and almost successful efforts to vilify Nero through fabrications and exaggeration from dubious and partisan sources, the British Museum has opened an exhibition that debunks the manipulation and lies about Nero. So, Honorable Kwarube, the quotation about Nero you used yesterday It is based on manipulation and lies of over 2,000 years. It is a legend. On our part, we won't allow you, the DA, and your ills to manipulate and distort facts to fabricate a narrative that suits your political agenda about the leadership of President Ramaphosa. Any of us and the governing ANC, we admit that the process of rebuilding and renewing the ANC has not been easy, but we are certain we are now on firmer ground. Equally, we have acknowledged that over the years, our record of service delivery has not always been glorious, but President Ramaphosa has committed us to visible improvement of our performance. I rise today to debate, in this debate, to give testament to South Africans about the improvement in performance of their government as we strive to deliver services to all, not only the privileged and the rich, like what happens here in the Western Cape. In his State of the Nation address, President Ramaphosa announced that our communications regulator, ICASA, will commence with the auctioning of the high-frequency communication spectrum in March 2022. This is despite the ongoing litigation because the withdrawal of Part A from court allows the auction to proceed and further gives confidence that parties can find each other outside of court on outstanding matters that are part of Part B. Thus, progress did not happen by coincidence. It is a result of continuous engagements to find common ground with all stakeholders. The licensing of the high-frequency spectrum will not only improve the ability of mobile communications operators to build robust telecommunications with better penetration and reach. Through ICASA, we have set social service obligations to connect within 36 months of licensing of the spectrum all outstanding public schools, 18,520, as indicated by Minister Motshekga, public health facilities, which includes clinics and hospitals, 5,731, and offices of traditional leaders or traditional authorities that hold certificates of recognition, 8,241. The extension of broadband connectivity to traditional authorities is part of government's commitment to strengthen the role of traditional leaders as service delivery centers of government. Our traditional leaders did a sterling job in supporting government programs during the fight against COVID-19 pandemic, and a program to strengthen their capacity is also beneficial to rural development. In the past, we have seen the telecommunications operators ignoring social obligations and opting to pay negligible penalties instead of connecting our people. This time around, ICASA will include the fulfillment of service obligation as part of the licensing conditions without an option of a penalty, but the spectrum license itself will be at risk. Although the journey has been long, we look forward to the positive benefits associated with the release of spectrum, which include reduced costs of data and voice communications for our people. Of course, we are anticipating that the national fiscus will also benefit in excess of 8 billion rands from the proceeds of the auction. This spectrum is expected to unlock economic transformation, not only for the telecommunications sector, but to other service industries such as mining, agriculture, and manufacturing. We expect industry growth of between 4 to 6 billion rands in 2023. We are also working on a radio frequency spectrum policy for embedding 5th-generation network and preparations for the advances to 6th and 7th generation networks. This will allow us prescribed minimum data to the home because data has become a new utility like water and electricity that our home needs. At some point, South Africa will say every month a South African household, despite whether you are rich or poor, whether you are employed or unemployed, will have access to 10 gigabytes per month without failure, because that's what this government will deliver. Part of the challenges that have bedeviled the auctioning of the high-demand spectrum has been the availability of sub-1 gig spectrum that is to be released through the Broadcast Digital Migration Program. The President, in his address, reported that this program is firmly underway and on course to be completed by 31st March 2022. I'm happy to report that we have concluded analog switch-off in 5 provinces, which are Free State, Northern Cape, Northwest, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. We are on course to conclude the remaining four provinces during the months of February and March, 2 provinces during February and 2 provinces during the month of March. To date, the analog switch-off program has supported 396 installer companies who have created 3,109 jobs opportunities for locals. These numbers of both companies participating and jobs created will double by the time when we conclude the digital migration. These companies form the basis from where we build digital technology businesses in our townships and rural areas. In addition, we have commenced the process of frequency risk-taking in provinces where we have concluded analog switch-off. To date, we have concluded frequency risk-taking in Free State and Northern Cape, and we are concluding Northwest during February, and will commence with frequency risk-taking in the provinces of Mpumalanga and Limpopo in the month of March. The president narrated the excitement of TV viewers who will not have access to better quality TV, picture, or additional TV channels in provinces where analog switch-off has been concluded. But we are going to do more. Digital migration in other countries has resulted in the boom of the creative industries, with more TV channels and radio stations for artists, producers, and others having more platforms to showcase their talents and generate income. When currently the broadcast digital migration has increased available true free-to-air TV channels from 4 to 12, we are committing ourselves to provide capacity to carry 18 additional TV channels in the year 2022-23, the one we're starting in April in case members are not calculating properly, with capacity for additional 36 TV channels by the 23-24 financial year. And by year 2025, South Africa will have capacity for 102 TV channels, and these are not only for the SABC, but for community TV and new commercial TV platforms. Honorable members, when we undertook a generational mission during our period as leaders and members of the ANC Youth League, the mission of economic freedom in our lifetime, we undertook as our aspiration that a black child cannot continue to be a job seeker, but we shall strive to create conditions that will enable a black child to be a job creator. We have always been clear that our goal is to own the means of production and not merely to be providers of labor. So, to the creative industry, get ready. We are here, Sila, Nizobana channel wenu. We are fully aware that the current TV and radio licensing conditions provided in the Electronic Communications Act are not only onerous for new entrants, but are also out of sync with technological advances. We shall this year submit to this House a bill to bring ECA in line with the goals of delivering a digital economy that is inclusive. In addition, we are awaiting Minister Patel to publish shortly a notice for the prohibition of the importation of analog TV sets, and this will allow us to support South Africa production of digital TVs as we expand the market, because we don't want to use decoders in the future. We want the TV sets that are enabled. The Department of Communications and Digital Technologies is rolling out second phase of South Africa Connect with an expanded scope to connect communities. In the next 3 years, we'll connect 44,600 government sites, including the schools, health facilities, libraries, and Tusong service centers, and the traditional authority offices that I've indicated earlier. In the same period, we will roll out more than 33,000 community Wi-Fi and broadband to households. To support economic transformation, the department has revised the plan to include SMMEs and other network service providers, such as the internet service providers, the wireless access providers, the mobile virtual network operators, and other SMMEs in the networking space to participate in the delivery of broadband to communities, household connectivities, but also connecting our government sites. It is expected that 3,700 jobs will be created with participation of the ISPs, MVNOs, and SMMEs. This is part of the commitment to ensure that all South Africans have access to the internet by 2024. And we're not saying it will start in 2024, we're saying it's starting now. Our work to broaden and strengthen the creative industries through the expansion of broadcasting platforms is anchored on a sustainable, competitive, and strong SABC. There's a task team comprised of representatives from the SABC, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, and National Treasury that meets monthly to monitor the utilization of the bailout funds against the progress of implementing the turnaround plan of the SABC. Accordingly, the SABC implemented 96% of the key actions of its turnaround plan. This has been achieved against great odds, including a devastating global pandemic, a tough economic
Honorable Minister, your time is expired. We are giving you 3 more seconds. 3 seconds.
Honorable members, I need to take this platform to address the matter of the state of capture, where my name has been used without due regard of the matters. I need to indicate that I will cooperate with any investigation that is being undertaken by the President. I also need to indicate that there is no specific finding against me.
Order, members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, may I be allowed as the presiding officer? Honorable members, if you sit this side, you will see that there is 3 clocks, and the one on the table still had 3 seconds on. That's why they were the ones that corrected it. Can you just please, I haven't called you yet, can you just give me a moment? Honorable members, earlier when the House sitting commenced, members were requested to keep their mask on during the sitting. So we are just once again calling on all members, please adhere to that regulation that is there, that during the House sitting, that we should continue to wear our masks. Thank you. The reason why the presiding officer and the person that is on the platform is not wearing mask is to make it easier for those that are translating the sign language to read their lips. That is the reason for those that are asking now. Honorable Masipa, you can come to the platform. No one called for order. If the person wants to speak, he must call for order. And no one called for order.
I have a mask. I don't have a microphone. So I called for order, but you couldn't hear me.
But now you have been standing with a mic in your hand, but you said nothing.
It was not on. I don't operate the microphone, Chair.
Now, if you call for order, we will allow you the point of order.
I did call for order. I'm calling for order even now.
Yes, continue.
Chairperson, what you're saying is problematic for the purpose of this gathering. We cannot have people who are going to be treated as VVIPs in this sitting. There is a tendency. No, allow me to finish.
You can finish it.
There is a tendency.
I said nothing.
No, but you're already preparing a response.
I said nothing.
Okay,
I'm listening to you.
There is a tendency here, Chairperson, to always give people additional time who come from the ruling party, especially ministers. But when our time runs out in the opposition, we are told it has run out. You're not given additional 30 or 20 seconds to wrap up. It's wrong or long. Must not be done. Otherwise, we will go there and all demand that we be given additional time to finish our speeches.
We have explained, honorable member, and if you don't accept the explanation,
I'm talking about a trend. You are talking about one incident.
I explained what happened. I explained.
Chairperson, I'm talking about a trend. You are talking about an incident. There's a difference.
I have never observed that trend here because it's the first time that I'm presiding for the 2 days. So I have never observed the trend. Can we call Honorable Masipa?
House Chair, Alan Weinstein once said that listen to a man's words, but give his actions more value before you give respect. The President's speech reminded me of a young black farmer, Mr. Wenit Dirks, who purchased a 400 farm through the land bank with the intention to commercialize it. A year later, his farm was hit by a 3-year drought. He struggled to honor his yearly bank installments. The land bank initiated process to repossess his farm. The DA Western Cape Government Department of Agriculture provided him with the grant, whilst Grain SA supported him to fight off the effects of drought. However, as the damage from the drought worsened, he wrote to your Deputy Minister, Mcebisi Skwatsha, seeking help. Nothing came out of it. Minister Skwatsha not only failed to reply to him, but essentially ignored him and ignored his emails and messages. Mr. President, the response received by Mr. Dester from your minister's provincial office here in the Western Cape was as follows, I quote, "Due to the fact that you bought your farm privately, we cannot assist you with anything." In your Sona speech, Mr. President, you highlighted the importance of public sector private partnership, but the truth is your RET ministers do not believe in this economic as building block essentials. The lack of accountability among your ministers and corrupt ANC government has left farmers without help or recourse. Yet no one is held to account up to date. The good news is that the DA-led Western Cape governments understand the importance of public-private partnerships. They value implementation and accountability. It is through this process that the province has been able to keep comparatively low unemployment when compared to the other province in the country where ANC rules. The DA's Western Cape government has set a good example on how to support emerging farmers through the public-private partnership. The President's new consensus, which embraces the DA's policies, borrows from the Western Cape government's tried and tested red tape reduction, which has been a key initiative in driving investment in this province. Mr. President, you don't need 100 days to reach your consensus. What you seek to achieve is already being implemented here in the Western Cape. Without basic support system at policy and infrastructure level, the agriculture industry will not be able to deliver on its food security mandate, reforms and economic growth. The cater deployment animal has to be cut from the head in order to deal with cadres who are only motivated by accumulation, debauchery and crass materialism. Mr. President, I fully agree that the government does not need to create jobs. Instead, it's the business that is creating jobs. The lack of reforms in land ownership in rural areas is a big stumbling block towards the meaningful participation of private sector in rural areas creating jobs. Mr. President, the truth is that nothing is happening towards reforming land ownership in rural areas. Yet no one is held to account, even Mr. Skwatsha, who is here tonight. For businesses to invest meaningfully in rural areas, they need security of tenure. Our people in rural areas migrate to the cities for opportunities, live in villages endowed with land because they cannot use the pieces of land for economic benefit. It's a fact. Mr. President, you mentioned that the country needs well-run ports to export their produce to overseas market. This is a basic function of a capable state. That your government and your corrupt ANC has failed to fulfill this function and comrades are still settled in their cushy jobs is an indictment on your leadership, Mr. President. Father Lepsley, a man who lost both his arms during the struggle against apartheid, stated the following at the State of the Nations of People's Voice, I quote, "Majority of South Africans believed by voting for the ANC, a better life will be delivered for all God's people. Today, the opposite has happened. Today, apart from the corrupt who still walk freely, millions of us are disillusioned, angry, and frustrated. Many are worse off than they were under apartheid, close quote. While the DA welcomes your invitation, Mr. President, for public-private partnerships, the corrupt and the incompetent ANC cadre remains a hindrance to realizing this country's full economic potential. Mr. President, you rightly mentioned that horticulture has significant potential in driving job creation. Still, you failed to mention the livestock sector, which easily contributes 50% of the total value of agriculture in terms of turnover. Both Agricultural Research Council and Honest Abroad Biological Assets are failing the livestock industry. There are no vaccines at the moment. Foot and mouth disease vaccine are being sourced from Botswana instead of being manufactured here. Farmers are at their wits' end because of the shortages of vaccines. Yet, no one is held to account. National Treasury approved 500 million for ARC to build a new FMD vaccine plant. It is alleged that 100 million was used to upgrade the offices and built a toilet and a canteen for a CEO in the corrupt ANC government. Yet, no one is held to account. The previous board of OBP hired a capable CEO with knowledge of vaccine. However, while he was busy trying to fix the institution, a board came in and he was allegedly made to face frivolous charges. The failing of OBP is a threat to animal health and the livestock industry. Your ANC cabinet is mum about this. It is about time that private sector is allowed to produce and distribute vaccines. In conclusion, President, we welcome the public-private partnership approach, but it is important that non-performers on the right, corrupt and deadwood in your ANC cabinet are dealt with to enable the realization of South Africa's full economic potential. I thank you.
Honorable Member, thank you. We will continue with the debate, and we will now call on the Honorable, the MEC for Finance of Gauteng, Honorable Nkomoro Alehoko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chairperson of National Council of Provinces. Bengayazi ba kunama actors angaka apha waze wangibeka emva kwale impressionist. Ngeshwa naxesha elingako benza ke ndikishane nalabhuti. Let me greet you, Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, Susnosiviwe Maphisa Ngakula, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Babu Masondo, His Excellency the President, Babu Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, Babu Titi Mabuza, presiding officers, honorable members of the House, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, afternoon, I'm sorry. I'm disturbed, Ilando Tepanga Semva. But let me focus. President Ramaphosa in his State of the Nation address reminded us that, I will open quote, government must work for the people. That is why our foremost priority is to build a capable, ethical and developmental state, close quote. This statement is born out of a very profound observation lifted from the words of former President Nelson Mandela on the occasion of the State of the Nation address on the 25th of May 1994, where he said, I'll open quote, and so we must, constrained by and yet regardless of the accumulated effect of our historical burden, seize the time to define ourselves what we want to make our shared destiny. The purpose that will drive this government shall be the expansion of the frontiers of human fulfillment and the continuous extension of the frontiers of freedom, close quote. The government has to date successfully developed mechanisms to establish practice of legal, policy and planning architect to ensure that enabling system of governance and integrated planning is in place to facilitate and champion development as well as to ensure that quality services are provided to communities. The objects of local government contained in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996 are, the first one is to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities, ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, promote social and economic development, promote a safe and healthy environment, and encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in the matters of local government. This is important because a functional and well-oiled state machinery is paramount in ensuring the system of government to deliver on the mandate of the citizenry. To deliver effective service delivery and ensuring that provisions of our founding constitution as it relates to the schedules of the functions of the services closest to the people is adhered to and responded to. We recognize that we have developed world-class recognized law and legislation that enshrines this constitutional right. We affirm that a strengthened integrated national and provincial support oversight system over municipalities for the consolidation of ethical and capable developmental local government is important now more than ever. Since the dawn of our democracy, we have gained invaluable lessons of the last 2 decades with the institution of the legislative measures we have introduced and with the implementation of institutional practice. With this new dawn and with the implementation of a democratic system of governance, immense opportunities but equally threats presents itself. As democracy grows and people continue to exercise their democratic rights, for which our laws foster with emergence of a new system of coalition governments. Nowhere is this more pronounced than with the advent of local government democratic renewal. The new United Nations Development Programme refers to good governance as governing systems which are capable, which are responsible, inclusive, and transparent. All countries developed and developing need to work continuously towards better governance. Good governance revolves around the following principles. Those are the 3 that are critical, is the transparency, participation, and accountability. Facilitating this vision into action will involve a transition to a more functional and integrated government, which is capacitated with a professional, responsive, and meritocratic public servants to strengthen relations and efficiency. Intergovernmental and citizen engagement are also key enablers of this priority to ensure the joint pursuit of a capable state. The developmental state we seek to build must provide conditions that grow the economy, conditions that create jobs, conditions that improve society's quality of life in order to eliminate deep poverty, persistent unemployment that we have, and inequality in our country. A capable state requires effectively coordinated state institutions with skilled public servants who are committed to public good and capable of delivering constantly high-quality services while prioritizing the people in the achievement of the nation's developmental objectives. Challenges of poor and uneven performance in the machinery of state are as a consequence due to capacity challenges in local, provincial, and national government. This manifests through the political administrative interface, instability in administrative leadership, skill deficit, the erosion of accountability and authority, poor organizational design, and low staff morale. Accordingly, legitimacy crisis of the state is compounded by the erosion of trust and confidence in the state institutions, as evidenced by the prevalence of violent protest, unfavorable ratings in public opinion surveys, and international credit rating agencies. Honorable members, it is for this reason that our collective urgent task is to build the state and restoring trust and pride in public institutions that are predicated on new consensus that President Cyril Ramaphosa spoke about. We must mobilize society towards building social compacts with key stakeholders on matters of common national interest in order to create public value, build trust, and stimulate the energy of citizens via participatory governance mechanisms, dialogues, and delivery of quality of public services. These efforts will not bear desired results unless provincial and national spheres of government strengthen capacity, support, and oversight over municipality, because the central responsibility of municipalities is to work together with local communities to find sustainable ways to meet their needs and improve the quality of their lives. Developmental local government, supported by other spheres of government, must have a major impact on the daily lives of South Africans, and where such is failing, other spheres may have to adopt a more prescriptive approach towards municipal transformation. Developmental local government has four interrelated characteristics. The first one is that of maximizing social development and economic growth. The second one is integrating and coordinating. The third one is democratizing development and leading and learning. One of the most important methods of achieving greater coordination and integration is integrated development planning, expressed through the IDPs and the one district plan that we have. Strategies for building sustainable human settlement may differ between localities. It is clear that the establishment of a sustainable and lively settlement depends on the coordination of a range of services and regulations, including land use planning, household infrastructure, environmental management, transport, health, education, safety and security, including housing. People must be at the center of community development, and municipalities must adopt inclusive approaches to fostering community participation, including strategies aimed at removing obstacles to and actively encouraging the participation of marginalized groups in the local community. In the same breath, participatory processes must not become an obstacle to development and held hostage by narrow interest groups who seek to capture the development process. In the context of leading and learning, communities must find new ways to sustain their economies, build their societies, protect their environments, improve personal safety, in particular for women and children, and eliminate poverty. There is no single correct way to achieve these goals, and it is precisely at this point that the provincial and national spheres provide required support. In practical terms, municipalities can build social conditions that are favorable to development through building the kind of political leadership that is able to bring together coalitions and networks of local interest that cooperate to realize a shared vision. Responsive problem solving and a commitment to working in open partnership with businesses, trade unions and community-based organizations, while ensuring that knowledge and information are required and managed in a way that promotes continuous learning. Honorable members, national government must provide an overall legislative framework for local government within the general legal framework set out in the Constitution. That includes, the first one is establishing criteria for the demarcation of municipal boundaries, the definition of categories of municipalities and types within categories, making provision for an appropriate division of powers and functions between Category C and Category B of municipalities, municipal electoral system and administrative matters, ensuring that provincial legislation with respect to local government is formulated within a national legislative framework. Provide a framework of intergovernmental relations, including the structures, procedures, and mechanisms to promote and facilitate positive intergovernmental relations and resolution of intergovernmental disputes within and between the spheres of government. Providing a framework of municipal capacity building and supporting municipalities. National sphere of government is responsible for the fiscal provisions for local government, including managing the system of intergovernmental fiscal relations, situating local government fiscal powers within the national tax structure, and passing legislation to determine local governments' equitable share of revenue raised nationally and on a range of other financial related topics such as municipal budget forms and processes. They must also monitor and do oversight in order to ensure that the necessary levels of compatibility, uniformity, consistency, and national government needs to develop an overall framework for a system of monitoring and oversight within which other organs of state, particularly provincial governments, will perform these functions. Provincial government is primarily responsible for the intervention. National government will also need to intervene together with the provincial government, or instances where a provincial government fails to intervene, or where national fiscal resources are implicated, or where such intervention is required. We need to maintain economic unity, essential national standards, national security, or to prevent unreasonable actions that are prejudice to a province or a country as a whole. The provincial governments must tailor their approaches of supporting local government according to specific conditions which prevail in each area, which include a strategic role with respect effect of developing a vision and framework for integrated economic, social, and community development in the province through the provincial growth and development strategy. They should ensure that the municipal integrated development plans combine the form of a viable development framework across the province and are vertically integrated with the provincial growth and development strategy. Provincial government is a responsibility for processing grants to municipalities for bulk infrastructure, housing and public works, and must ensure that municipal planning and budgeting processes give priority to basic needs of the community and promote the social and economic development of a community as required by Section 153 of the Constitution. In terms of intergovernmental role, provincial government must play an intergovernmental role in relation to local government by establishing forums and processes of the purpose of including local government in decision-making processes with effect. Provincial government can promote horizontal cooperation and coordination between municipalities in the province and the regulatory role contained in Section 1557 of the Constitution, which gives national and provincial government the legislative and executive authority to see to the effect of performance of municipalities of their functions in respect of matters listed in Schedule 4 and 5 by regulating exercise by municipalities in their executive authority. They already play a critical role, by the way, in monitoring financial status of municipalities through the provincial task teams of project viability. This monitoring role may be extended. Provinces have a critical role in building the financial management capacity of municipalities and intervening with necessaries to ensure local financial viability. Their ability to effectively monitor local government can be enhanced through tabling Auditor General's reports on each municipality together with the municipal comments at the Provincial Public Accounts Committee. The provincial members of Executive Council for Finance, all of them, are also represented on the budget forums. Hence, they play a key role in determining budget allocations for local government. Provincial government has interventionist role with the powers of intervening in the affairs of local government in order to provide and safeguard, protect, promote minimum standards.
Your time is expired.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. The speaker before break will be Honorable Arnolds.
Baie dankie, agbare voorsitter van die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies. Ek groet graag ons opperbevelvoerder en president, agbare Julius Malema, en ons adjunct president, agbare Floyd Savambo, van die ekonomiese vryheidsvegters, die vinnigste groeiende en mees progressiewe partybeweging in Suid-Afrika. Nou verlede week het die inwoners van die land weer eens gekyk en geluister na 'n leë toespraak van 'n president wat geen benul het van wat gedoen moet word om die uitdagings van die armes, die grondloses, die huisloses en die werkloses aan te spreek nie. Inteendeel, hy dink dat die probleme van ons land opgelos gaan word deur kommissies en deur 'n netwerk van gekaapte joernaliste. Inteendeel, die Ramaphosa het ingekom en homself voorgehou as iemand wat korrupsie gaan uitwis en die land terugplaas op die pad van ekonomiese groei. 3 jaar later en hy het niks om te wys nie. Die president is aanleiding van die grootste staatskapingsprojek wat die land nog ooit gesien het. Agbare voorsitter, swart Suid-Afrikaners bly aan die agterste speen trek, terwyl wit Suid-Afrikaners in die land bly van melk en heuning. Hulle besit 72% van die land en is minder as 10% van die populasie, terwyl 80% net 4% van die land besit. Dit is die grootste onreg wat gedoen word aan ons mense. Die vernietiging van Eskom, Denel, Transnet en SAL en vele ander is doelbewus gedoen om die wat die presidentsie gekoop het terug te betaal. Vandag leef 55% van ons mense in armoede. Die uitgebreide definisie van werkloosheid staan op 44%. Die oorgrote meerderheid van ons mense bly in haglike omstandighede. Kinders moet skole bywoon met swak gehalte onderwys en ons gesondheidsorgfasiliteite val uitmekaar uit. Honorable Speaker, just in July last year, the level of desperation and hunger almost plunged this country in an unled uprising. Instead of blaming the poverty and suffering, the president blamed it on the Zulu people and encouraged racist Indians and whites to kill our people as they did in Phoenix. July was not an unexpected moment. Things have been falling apart for a while. Your government and its security institutions have on countless occasions been caught by surprise by incidents occurring in the country and in turn have demonstrated incompetence. Our national key points stand unguarded and we deliver Sona responses on the ashes of a parliament burnt down. You and your cadres have milked the state dry. Your sole intention is to continue looting. You hate black people. That is why you are killing them with poverty. That is why you are killing the hopes of our young people. That is why you killed them in Marikana in defense of the crumbs that the whites give you. Our state enterprises are barely holding it together as they are in a state of disaster plagued by mismanagement. It is the state that must distribute land,
there is a
not
point
your
of
whites.
order.
There
is a point of order. It is set asseblief.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The member has cast aspersions on the character of the president by insinuating that he killed people in Marikana. Such an assertion can only be made through a substantive motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We take note. We will then now go back to the Hansard and check on it, and we will have to make a ruling before the end of this session. Honorable Arnolds,
Thank you,
may continue.
As Deputy Chairperson, our state enterprises are barely holding it together as they are in a state of disaster plagued by mismanagement and corruption. ESCOM, SAA, the Post Office and the NEL all stands dysfunctional, yet the President takes no accountability for the current state of affairs. The President is out of touch with the state of the nation and ultimately the needs of our people. The ANC is offering nothing for our people today. There is no plan, no vision, no capable men and women in that organization. It is for this lack of vision that the President now wants to hand over key state institutions to private sector. Sir, for a country as divided and unequal as ours, the state must play a leading role in industrial development, which will create jobs. It is not your whites. It is not the state. It is the state that must redistribute land, not your whites. It is the state that must ensure that there is sufficient energy, not those who bought your presidency. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I really want to call on you. When you are sitting here, there is so much noise. We can really not clearly hear what is happening. So after the break, we will now have a break for 30 minutes. And let us be back by 6 o'clock. After the break, the Deputy Speaker will continue to preside over the House. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, on the 14th, during a debate on the State of the Nation address, Honorable Shivambo raised a point of order to the effect that the Minister of Police, Honorable Bikele, had cast aspersions on Honorable Malema's character after he stated that Honorable Malema and the National Police Commissioner had met to hatch a plot to get rid of the minister. Mr. Shivambo contended that such an allegation against a fellow member could only be brought to the House by way of a substantive motion in terms of Rule 85(2). However, this rule applies to the conduct of members of the Assembly. Joint Rule 14P governs such conduct during joint sittings. During his point of order, Mr. Shivambo also referred to the minister as, in quotes, useless. Having studied the Hansard recordings, I wish to rule as follows. Within the context of Joint Rule 14P, presiding officers have consistently ruled that no member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflections upon a member's integrity or dignity or verbally abuse a member in any other way. It is an established practice that unsubstantiated allegations against another member are not allowed, as such statements attack the integrity or cast aspersions on a character of a member. Such allegations can only be brought by way of a substantive motion comprising of a clearly formulated and properly substantiated charge that, in the opinion of the presiding officer, prima facie warrants consideration by the House, and of course such a motion would need to be considered in the relevant House, this being a joint sitting. I therefore ask the Honorable Kele to withdraw his statement about Honorable Malema. Such allegations can only be made by a way of a substantive motion. Honorable Minister. Thank you. The Honorable Member has withdrawn. Honorable members, having heard to the context and tone in which the Honorable Shivambo used the word useless in referring to the minister, I find that he also has breached Joint Rule 14P. I therefore request the Honorable Shivambo to withdraw the remark that the minister is useless. Honorable Shivambo. Honorable Shivambo, I have just read a ruling that in describing the Honorable Minister as useless yesterday, you breached Joint Rule 14P, and therefore we request you to withdraw.
I didn't hear the judgment. Can you please repeat it? Repeat the judgment.
I have
ruled. I want to hear the basis of the judgment before I apologize.
No.
But it's a fair thing.
No, Honorable.
Repeat the judgment so that I can hear. I was not here.
Honorable Shivambo, I have pointed out to you what relates to you directly now.
Read the entire judgment so that we can be able to.
You have a choice. Honorable Shivambo, you have a choice. You have a choice to make right now.
But I'm asking you to give me the answer.
Judgment. The answer is no.
Why are you saying that?
Honorable member.
Okay, can we raise a point of order first in terms of it can never be correct that in a parliament we cannot call the executive useless. How else are we going to expose their weaknesses?
Honorable member.
In terms of what happens. And I can see the intention is because you are fearful of what we're going to do later on when we close this debate. You think that we're going to fall into the trap. We're still going to expose the weaknesses and expose all the lies that are told by different members of the executive. I withdraw, but I'm not withdrawing from the deep of my heart. I'm not convinced about the withdrawal. I withdraw. It's fine. We'll meet when we come back to the stage there. You'll see.
Honorable member, I request you to take your seat. We don't really accept your conditional withdrawal. I will not pursue it now because we have time here for the House to proceed with its business. Honorable members, what's the point of order?
So I withdrawn and I told you what are the conditions of the withdrawal, but you must take note as well that we're going to appeal that in the internal rules process, and if it means we go to court, because it can never be correct. Under no circumstances that we can't say people are useless. That we're going to appeal that, you must take note of. Honorable, it must be in the minutes that we're going to appeal that in the internal process, and if it means that we'll go to court, we'll go to court to expose this irrational and senseless judgment that says we cannot say people are useless when they're useless.
Honorable Shivombo, you repeat the offensive language you used even with the minister. It is inappropriate and I request you to withdraw it unconditionally. Just withdraw unconditionally.
He withdraw.
Withdraw.
He did.
Unconditional. Honorable members, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Honorable Shivombo. And he's your leader. Please respect him.
What am I withdrawing now? Didn't I say I withdraw, but you know what are the conditions of
Honorable member, I said withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you very much.
I withdraw and we're going to expose you.
Don't proceed.
Yeah, we're going to expose you.
Honorable member, take your seat.
Deputy Speaker, I'm calling in order.
What's the order, honorable member?
Your ruling, you said to the minister must withdraw, but he didn't speak on the mic. We didn't hear his withdrawal. Can you be fair and ask the minister to speak on the mic so we can have records of the minister withdrawing? Can you just be fair once in your life?
Honorable member, I repeated what the minister said if you didn't hear.
Deputy Speaker, I'm just raising a simple thing. I'm saying just be fair. The minister must speak on the mic as you have directed the Deputy President of EFF to speak on the mic.
I didn't do that.
No, but why you allow that? What is this mic for?
Honorable.
What is this thing here for? No, you must be fair, Deputy Speaker. We know that you hate EFF with passion, but occupying that chair, you must be fair to members of parliament because you are voted to be here. You are not making any favor for us to be here. Don't treat us as a stepchildren in this parliament.
Honorable member, take your seat. The next speaker is Honorable Mpiti. What's the point of order, Honorable Ndlozi?
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you are not useful if you do not become
Honorable
fair.
member, withdraw that statement.
Why?
Now. And if you don't, then you are in trouble. You withdraw that statement.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Withdraw that statement first.
Which statement?
The one you just made now that you started with.
I said I'm rising on a point of order.
And?
You, as the chair, are not useful.
Withdraw that statement, Honorable member.
So you are useful. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, you are useful.
Honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you are useful.
Mamel.
You are useful.
Mamela,
you are very useful. We see you there. You are so high on your chair and very useful.
Can you take your chair? Can you take your Honorable member, take your seat. Honorable Mpiti, please proceed.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, you would know that the Minister Bekitele didn't speak on a mic. He just said, by the way. And you know the answer didn't get him, and he was not put on record that he have withdrawn. And then you allow that to continue on it because you are protecting him to not do it. And you are biased as usual. Now, the minister must withdraw on the mic, and you know that for a fact. For Hansat to get the information, he needs to withdraw it on the mic. What is this thing of people now just sitting and just say, yeah, withdraw? This is not his house. He can make those rules there at his house and those people that he bullies there at police stations, not here. He must withdraw on the mic so that we can hear him, because what he said about the commander-in-chief, they have used the mic. Why doesn't he have the balls enough to use the mic today again and say he withdraw? Let him show us how big his balls is. Let's hear it.
Honorable members, I request that we proceed. No. Honorable members, we are proceeding, and I request that Honorable Mpiti address the House. Honorable. If we are going to speak on the same matter, it's out of the rules. No one is allowed to speak on a matter I have ruled on. Honorable member, what's your point?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes.
We are supposed to be honorable members of parliament. And the use of offensive language in this house is not allowed. Can we be protected as citizens and members of this parliament from the EFF? We want to proceed with the business of this house, which is the debate. We've been sitting, some of us from 8 o'clock in the morning, busy with the business of parliament. So we cannot be held at ransom by the EFF. So you have made your ruling, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Can we please proceed with the business of the House? Then you will come back and deal with the other matter. I thank you.
Honorable members, I wish to appeal to you that I have ruled on this matter. I will not allow anybody else to speak on it. What are you speaking on, Honorable Member? What are you rising on?
Deputy Speaker, I rise on a point of order.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, it is the rules of this House that when a member withdraws, they must speak to the mic. We are asking you so that it can be recorded.
I have addressed that. Honorable members, I have addressed that matter.
You have not addressed it, Deputy Speaker, because he hasn't stood up and he hasn't spoken into the mic.
You are insisting on continuing to talk on a matter I ruled on. If you proceed, Honorable Member, there's a door there that you might have to use.
Deputy Speaker, I'm not afraid of doors. I'm not afraid of doors.
Yes.
We are asking
Honorable members,
Honorable stands up.
Give the service officer that microphone.
To the mic, and
no.
he must withdraw because what he said yesterday was
Honorable
absolutely out of order.
I have ruled on that matter.
Deputy Speaker, we're asking.
I have ruled on that matter. Thank you very much. Honorable Mpiti, please address the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm glad that we can get back to the work that we're here to do, which is to represent the people of South Africa. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Mr. President, unemployment is often described as an economic issue, but what it really is harm to human dignity. Today I remind this House of the declaration made 26 years ago. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of the past, honor those who suffered for freedom and justice, respect those who've worked hard to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. These words stand as a preamble to our Constitution, an intent of law, an indication of what is to follow. But much deeper than that, they stand as a promise that imagines in a caring South Africa that we fight for human dignity always, that in a booming South Africa, we all can dream and have a chance of making those dreams come true. Today, the youth of South Africa stand at the periphery of that promise, denied of their potential and their dreams, their talents ignored, their hopes destroyed, and their trust broken. I raise these experiences to show them what it feels like to be put first and to be centered in a debate like this. A generation that is victim to only one thing, an organization that has become destructive and cancerous for many young people, the ANC. Mr. President, it was only in 2018 where you stated that 800,000 jobs would be created by government. In 2019, you stated 1 million jobs would be created, and you did the same in 2020 and in 2021. Of course, we all know that these promises did not come into fruition because we became the highest country in the world with the highest unemployment rate. In this year's Sona address, you agreed with the DA that in fact it is not government's role to create jobs, but to enable the private sector to do so. However, the RET faction in your party does not seem to agree. One side says this, the other side says that. It's so deep that even the ghost that masquerades as the ANC Youth League today is just as confused as its mother body. The RET faction says government is failing across all sectors. The reformers say government is working. Again, one side says this, the other side says that. The call to support structural reform by supporting SMMEs, investing in infrastructure, and assisting the economy in creating new sectors is what we call in the DA clear blue water. I'm sure the President already knows what that is because he studied our manifesto. The DA welcomes the effort to expand the criteria for participation in the employment tax incentive. Since 2012, the DA has been calling for the ETI to be implemented by government. But to simply expand the ETI without proper thought of young people located in poorer provinces or who are less mobile or who have no work experience would be a misstep. The DA has long called for a focus for the green economy and the blue economy, which are future sectors that have the potential to create employment. Mr. President, in your response tomorrow, may you please indulge the young people of South Africa by answering the following questions. 1, for young people who have small businesses and are struggling to get their products and their ideas out into shops like ShopRite, Spar, Fruit and Veg, what type of support will your government provide for these young people? 2, government has been silent on the matter of lowering data costs in South Africa, after much promise. How far is government with this idea? What have they done to ensure that young people are able to lower data costs and ensure that we are able to link to the internet and be able to find jobs? 3, Mr. President, what attempts have been made to understand the failure of the presidential stimulus program, particularly because in the 2 years since its implementation, unemployment remains high amongst young people? Poverty is much more than a lack of access to resources. It is about being excluded from the levers of the economy. This is why in DA-run and DA-led coalition metros and municipalities, we are focused on closing skills gaps amongst young people because we understand that unemployment has a causal link with poverty and indignity. This is something that your ministers don't understand. Perhaps that is the reason you have decided to center a number of programs within your office because your ministers, Mr. President, abasebenzi. But further than that, Minister Maite Mashabane must also resign. These commitments, though welcomed, Mr. President, remain just words without substantive action. As it stands, young people spend an average of 1,300 Rand per month looking for a job. And with the rise of the cost of
Deputy
living...
Speaker, order. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member, please take your seat. Pass on the mic to the person who wants to speak.
I've already got the mic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Honorable Mbiti has just said the ministers of the president, Bamungu, and you have just ruled on an offensive language used in parliament. Can Honorable Mbiti be made to withdraw that? Failing which, you apply Rule 14H of the joint rules. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, ukshilo lokho kushiwo ukuthi umuntu ukshilo. No, I'm not hearing you. I want to hear you, honorable member. Huh? Yeah, ukshilo. Yeah, confirm. Mamela ke sikalo withdraw yakushulo. That's not proper, honorable member. Yeah. Yes, honorable, I'm addressing the man here. Are you going to respond?
Deputy Speaker, I said Bamungu because they are sour. That's what it means. They are sour.
Honorable member, come on, please. No, it's not parliamentary. It's not appropriate to refer to a member. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Hello, there we go. Not that I need the mic. Deputy Speaker,
yes.
There is absolutely nothing unparliamentary about using the word sour. In fact, it is a common phrase to say sour grapes. I have been called a white racist throughout the day today, and not one single point of order has been called on me being called a white racist, and I absolutely refuse to have my member have to withdraw the word sour. This is a debate, and people must know that in a political debate, we have the right to express opinion.
Yeah. Honorable member, you have a choice to accept the advice of your chief whip or the advice of the presiding officer who asks you to withdraw. If you are unhappy with that ruling, you know what you must do. If you are unhappy with it. Honorable Chief Whip, you know. We want to proceed with the debate, and the rules require that if you are unhappy, you know what to do. Yes, what are you saying, Honorable Member?
Deputy Speaker.
No, the person speaking is here in front of me.
I wanted to correct the distortion of the meaning of the word umuntu.
Honorable members, can I suggest we do this? And I'm suggesting we please proceed. Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition, I made a ruling on this matter. If you are unhappy with my ruling, please let us know in writing so that it can be addressed properly in the right forums. You know we can do that. Instead of haggling over this matter, now delaying your members' address to the House. I'm appealing to you, basically.
I have the mic. Deputy Speaker, I want my member to finish what he's saying, but I maintain that the level of discourse and the level of debate allows the word sour to be used, and please expect a very strongly worded letter from my office to yours.
I will not, Honorable Chief Whip of the, can I please appeal to you not to enter the debate? I have made a ruling on this matter. I wouldn't, this question of interpretation, I have based my thinking on what I understand was said here. So, ngicela ukuthi ningayingeni, ngiqedile ngayo. Kubeka Honorable Mpiti, and withdraw first. You have to withdraw first. If you do want to finish, right? So withdraw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I withdraw the word Bawik. These commitments, Deputy Speaker, though welcomed, remain just words without substantive action. As it stands, young people spend 1,300 Rand per month looking for jobs in this country. With the cost of living continuing to become more expensive, what comfort, Mr. President, do you have to ensure that these young people are able to find jobs in the near future? Mr. President, we must hold our values and our principles against the hard realities in this nation and see if indeed we are measuring up to the legacy of the forebears and the promise of future generations in this country. It is, Mr. President, the promise of the preamble of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It's the promise that a young person who hopes to find a job and be able to support their families is possible. It's the hope that a small-scale entrepreneur who wants to grow their business will not be stifled by red tape, but will be able to grow their business in this country. It's the hope that young people's talents will not be lost or overlooked, but in fact, they'll be found and preserved and made sure that they grow in whatever career that they choose for themselves. It is about the audacity, Mr. President, to make sure that your words are backed up by action. And indeed, Mr. President, our hopes lie with the decisions that you will make to separate yourself from the RET faction and make sure that you take our country forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Ms. Tembi Nkadime.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Dr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President David Dabete Mabuza, the Acting President of SALGA. They can all forget to greet you, but not me. Fellow South Africans, and a good afternoon. Mengo Morale Hoko, I wouldn't have articulated the local government legislation better than you have done. But on your vein, allow me to feel honored to put additional words by being afforded this opportunity to address in response to the State of the Nation debate, which President Ramaphosa delivered on the 10th of February, coincidentally, my birthday. Honorable President, Thomas Sankara warned us, and I quote, "It is really a pity that there are observers who view political events like comic strips. There has to be a Zorro and a star." Honorable John Steenhuisen, when it becomes so difficult and complex to comprehend, the star has to be you. You have to dance in the comic show. Your own comic show happening in your mind. Your address, Honorable President, left no words for Honorable John Steenhuisen to say. Instead of just saying, "Kila kaleo," that's my word, and not in agreement, he says, "The script is mine." He reminds me of a young rich boy who has an advantage of having a ball. When he gets beaten in the ground, he takes the ball away from the poor boy and goes back home. Since when can the Democratic Alliance be more democratic than the African National Congress? Since when can the Democratic Alliance advise and lead the revolutionary movement and provide an advice? Since when? Honorable John Steenhuisen, the ANC on its January 8th statement clearly articulated what the President was mandated to do as a part, and that was mainly contained in his State of the Nation address. Honorable Arnolds from the EFF saw nothing, heard nothing. He only sees things that are falling apart. who are enjoined by the tenets of the progressive constitution to recognize the fundamental principles of cooperative governance, interdependent, interrelated, distinctive. Admitted, there are complex issues which you fail to comprehend, and you think the script can only be written by you and be dictated. We have collectively harnessed the public resources behind the common goals within the framework of the district development model. We will give now quality assurance, which is led by the Office of the Premiers, to all the one plans, 39 in total, 10 which are still in the drafting stage, to articulate the drive of delivery at the local government level. Etegwini, for example, is expected to be a key export hub led by Transnet. OR Tambo, together with the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, has launched a green economy and an ocean economy master plan in March 2020. Where was the one who was speaking before me, not knowing that your funda data? The plan is aimed at aiming and unlocking the full potential of the ocean economy, and it focuses on connecting the proposed small rural beach towns to form a stride of beads to ensure connectivity and accessibility in towns. But to supplement this, we have moved beyond a stature of local government being dysfunctional, moving the 64 municipalities identified by cabinet as dysfunctional, while providing skills, capacity development, and technical support, especially to low, medium capacity municipalities. As we are talking, Honorable President, 153 personnel of engineers, planners have been deployed to those municipalities for support. That is in line with our DDM plan. Recruitment and placement of graduates has already happened. 89 apprentices have been afforded an opportunity in various 89 municipalities. 39 experiential learners have been afforded an opportunity to deal and assist in municipal operations and maintenance. 82 bursaries have been awarded to civil engineer students and town regional planning to deal with spatial planning. 362 municipal officials are afforded an opportunity to refresh their technical skills. But listen where they're coming from. Sol Plaki, Midval Municipality, Bujanala, Kamahara, the city of Cape Town is a beneficiary. City of Tshwane, where you failed so nicely, is also part. Bapalabora and Matatie.
Yes, what's the point of order?
One, two. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Is it parliamentary to scream at us? The honorable member must withdraw screaming at us. It's not parliamentary.
Okay.
She's very close to the mic. We can really hear her.
Okay.
It's not parliamentary, particularly when you are a deputy minister, to scream.
Honorable member.
Don't scream.
Honorable member, I would have expected you to understand what the point of order is, and you don't. Clear. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Ngomagujo ngosimelane ngompembe kalokotayo. Ngikhuluma ngendlela engifuna ngayo. 48 municipal officials enrolled for the recognition of prior learning. And this leg program targets mainly municipal general workers. We're re-engineering the shape of local government. From what we have, a general laborer will become a professional. We're targeting them in the area of electrical support, diesel mechanics, and plumbing. Emondlo Abakulusi municipality is already a beneficiary of his waste treatment plant. Ebokwe water in the Zululand district. The distressed Makana municipality from this same team received a dual 3.8-kilometer road. The labor-intensive program methods have been rolled out in KwaZulu-Natal, Umzimvubu in Alfred Nzo, JS Muroka in Mpumalanga, Mogalakwena in Limpopo, and the Honorable President have visited both of these programs. The innovative waste management program is targeted at 45 municipalities, and we have reworked the program of MIG. We now allow municipalities to purchase plan with MIG, but also provide maintenance, and 154 municipalities and SMMEs have been given support to deal with this program of recycling, and Sakis, a local municipality, as one, has been built a buyback center to create jobs using the very same milk fund. Research does indicate to us that, as led by MISTRA, that we have seen an increase beyond the 2016 local government elections, dealing with the practical expressions of the people voters, which has given us coalitions which are moving from a 27 number of municipalities to close to a 70. But nothing amazes us, because MISTRA has warned us. This starts as marriage of convenience. At the end of it all, they become marriage of inconvenience. They are convenient to all those who think they would want to take the ANC out of power by starting their marriage with the sole intention, removing the ANC from power at all costs. Their intention is nowhere from there. No plan, no goals, no vision, no program of action. Stop and go. Can we elect committees? They take 6 months. Can we adopt a budget? They take 6 months. They've already started falling apart in Neguruleni. A statement has been out. They're falling out in Tshwane. From the previous term, Tshwane is one of the municipalities which should have been like Mhlambathini, because you could not even adopt what committees, which by law your budget should have been restrained. You talk about those who are buying at Pick and Pay, you are going to buy at Pick and Pay, just like those ones whose budgets will not be released. So it is very, very wrong to assume that your municipalities are. You talk about abolishing of cadre development. Honorable John Steenhuisen, see, Stellenbosch municipality was fined 750,000 by a court of law. For what? You deployed a matriculant over a colored honors-bearing woman who took you to court and won. We are the best. The ANC does cadre development. 750,000. Melissa Nell, a matriculant, favored over a honors-bearing in your cadre deployment. How bad? Wait, it's 4 minutes. So it is untruthful that you don't do that. To deal with the municipal issues, early warning systems together with National Treasury for a provision of early diagnosis and treatment has been dealt with. Our community works program in partnership with NYDA has been made, and we've recruited 100 participants in tourism guide to deliver. We take a lot in partnership of ensuring that our young people are ignited in getting this. It truly is a time that we all need to appreciate and accept that progress has been made. 105 towns are going to benefit from our small town regeneration program with bankable projects which have already been done. We have taken a setback with regard to local government elections as women. 9,470 councillors who won, 63% are men and 37% is women. To all of us, we need to be able to say this must change. To date, the ANC has ensured that 90% of households have access to electricity in 2020. 89.1 households has adequate water. 82.3% of households has access to flushing and pit latrine toilet. 60.5 has access to the removal of waste. On top of all this, the ANC government still offer free basic services, 6,000 kiloliters for free, 50 kilowatts for free. South Africa is much a better place for an African than it was in 1994. Honorable Imam, we didn't get freedom, we fought for it. I thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable Hendricks.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, South Africa signed the ILO Convention on Decent Work, and President Mandela was the first recipient of an award promoting decent work, and Winnie Mandela was the second recipient. So when I hear about the private sector delivering jobs, I hope it will be decent jobs and not the jobs that we had in apartheid, where we had the DOP system in place, where all the requirements of the ILO will not be met. So those of us who support decent work, we are very skeptical that the private sector will deliver. How can you expect the allies of apartheid to deliver jobs? They don't want to deliver jobs and make African government successful. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the President in his first Sona address mentioned that it is one of his objectives that every family in South Africa shall have a warm plate of food. President Ramaphosa has delivered and is the first African president to ensure that everyone has a warm plate of food, and it's only going to get better. Your Excellency, our leader, when you call for a revised social compact and consensus within 100 days, the magic potion or the silver bullet is collaboration, working together to uplift all South Africans. But the opposition parties will politic. You've had 2 days of classic politicking, and they will try to derail your programs. Al-Jamaa want our constituency to benefit from the programs, and I want to thank the NEC of the ANC for sending special envoy Jeff Radebe to meet with me. The Al-Jamaa think tank is meeting in Umzinto near Scottsburg on Friday to unpack your programs for implementation. We are also having a workshop organized by Councillor and MPAC Chair Ustad Asghar Khan to brainstorm the first steps to dramatically change some villages in the Ugu district to smart villages, which is part, Honorable President, of your second smart city. We want to see it in Masakeli village in Harding, and Sheikh Said did well. Other villages we are changing to smart cities include the Mapami village, which has an ocean and a forest, and Maputa Puta, where we funded 25 villages to attend 2-day CEDA workshops to become compliant for informal business grants. So, Honorable Chair Al-Jamaa submitted a petition to the Speaker on behalf of Mapami village for electricity. Honorable President, let it happen in 100 days. Al-Jamaa is ready to take the first steps in some of South Africa's rural and deep seeded villages to change them into smart villages. The Presidency and all MPs are in fact invited to join our webinar on Saturday morning via Zoom. So Al-Jamaa must strengthen, and you must listen very carefully, even in a small way, the ANC, because it is the only political party of substance left from our dear liberation movement. Africans will only get their real freedom, be free from poverty, get jobs and live prosperous lives if a strong and resolute ANC governs. This is written in our history and must guide us in our future. I must also bat for my own constituency, Deputy Speaker. We are still waiting patiently for Muslim wives to have their marriage ceremony generate a legal South African marriage certificate. So, Mr. President, get the job done in 100 days. We have 2 private members' bills, one that will benefit Muslim wives, and the second one, all women seeking improvement to our maintenance laws. Let's get the job done in 100 days. The country's security is now embedded in the presidency, and under your leadership, Al-Jamaa is looking forward to remove the objection of the State Security Agency to grant Palestinians visas on arrival like they give to Zionists from Israel. When Madiba from this very same city hall thanked the international community for their contribution to the anti-apartheid struggle, he obviously did not include apartheid Israel and Friends of Israel and Israel-orientated opposition political parties. Honorable President, we need to speed up the e-visa system because there's 10 million Indonesians that want to come here as tourists, and I've already spoken to the city of Cape Town, which is ready to welcome them. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to ask the President not to shake off government's responsibility of study grants to students and leaving them as bait to the banks. It is shameful that after so many years, NAFAS is not performing efficiently. That leaves thousands of students and parents in despair. They fail to reply to students and parents' inquiries, and that neglect is like torture, Mr. President.
Honourable Member, your time
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Sekela somlomo yendlu yeshamthetho somlomo wendlu yeshamthetho usihlalo nosekela wakhe bendlu ehlanganisa izifundazwe kanye nohulumeni basemakhaya. Mongameli welizwe Mnumzane Ramaphosa, sekela mongameli Baba uMabuza, malunga ahloniphekile endlu yeshamthetho, ngiyanibingelela kule ntambama namhlanje. There are moments in the life of a nation when all certainties are unsettled and new possibilities emerge. In these moments, there is both the prospect of great progress and the risk of reversal. Today, we are faced with such a moment. The path we choose now will determine the course for future generation, close quote. Mr. President, I decided to quote from your speech when tabling the State of the Nation address last Thursday. You reminded us of how, when faced with enormous challenges, we must respond, appreciating that whatever we do and whatever decisions we take today has implications for future generations. In June 2019, when we tabled the State of the Nation address following the provincial and national elections, none of us anticipated the emergence of COVID-19 in the following year and the devastation it would cause to human life and economies across the world. This challenge called for leadership and consensus on the response measures in our society to save lives and livelihoods. Khumbula ke mongameli, isithukuthuku senja siphelela ebuyeni. Lokho kusho ukuthi noma wenze into enhle kwesinye isikhathi ayibongwa. Indeed, the old certainties were unsettled. New possibilities emerged as we build the nation from the scourge of COVID-19. The use of ICT and reorganization of work intensified in our country, in our continent, and across the world. Despite COVID-19, we had to continue to save lives and livelihoods. In solidarity with one another, we contributed financial and non-financial resources to Solidarity Fund in order to save lives and livelihoods. The consultations you undertook with political parties here in this legislature, the civil society, and coordination among spheres of government showed possibilities of how the nation can work together to address its challenges. Mongameli, khumbula, inkonjane yakhela ngodaka. kusho ukuthi noma bekugxeka bekhuluma bekungcifa kodwa ungaphela amandla, you must stay the course. Mr. President, the social compact you spoke about is the heart of our economic recovery efforts. The development of master plans which you mentioned here across various sectors of our economy brings together industry-specific relevant stakeholders to agree on what is needed to grow our economy inclusively, particularly on how we can prioritize employment in the scourge of unemployment that face our country. The Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, which we will conclude by March 2022, working with business and organized agriculture as well as our workers, has identified specific issues that we need to address if this sector has to grow inclusively and boast employment opportunities in rural and urban South Africa. We must appreciate that in society of higher poverty levels, inequality and low growth, getting agriculture going is critical for various reasons. Some of these I will highlight. Growth in agriculture is 2 to 3 times more effective at reducing poverty than an equivalent amount of growth generated outside agriculture. Secondly, the advantage of agriculture over non-agriculture in reducing poverty is largest to the poorest in society and ultimately disappears as countries become richer. Third, the growth in agriculture reduces poverty. It can also extend to other welfare outcomes such as food security. Among various interventions we will focus on in the coming year is to deal with the issues of animal diseases, which is critical for human health and safe meat for our consumers. The team of experts that we've brought together, including industry, academia, and the department, has already given us preliminary reports on areas of improvement in our animal health system. The possibility of partnerships on animal vaccine development without compromising the state capacity, such as the Onderstepoort Biological Products Factory, is critical. Babu Masipa, kuthiwa ngesizulu, ungaboyibambi inhlwa ivele ngekhanda. Kushiwo lokho ngoba uma ukhuluma into ungakabi nobuqiniseko bayo kungenzeka ube ukhuluma amampunge. I just want to address the issue you have raised on 2 counts. One, the matter you have raised with Honorable Squatcher, where you say he has actually shown disregard of supporting farmers. You did not mention the farmer, neither did you give him an opportunity to respond, whereas you are a member of the portfolio committee. I think that is is not in order. Secondly, with regards to the issue of Onderstepoort Biological Products as well as OVI, you know very well we reported in Parliament that when the GMP facility was not concluded, we had to undertake an investigation to see what was the problem. We said we will come back to Parliament on the decisions that we needed to take following the investigation. And some of that investigation, it's what led to Mr. Dung, who was the CEO of that company, to actually undergo disciplinary hearing, and thereby he chose to leave. And I don't think it is really honest for you to come in this Parliament and raise the issues in the manner that you have. With regards to the OVI, there has been challenges of stealing the intellectual property of the Agricultural Research Council. And we have said clearly that when we have the challenges of vaccine, we will work with the private sector to address the issues of the livestock industry. We've dealt with this matter with the Animal Red Meat Forum as well as the Animal Health Forum. So to come here and say as government, we actually are not taking these matters seriously cannot be far from the truth. Honorable members, our agricultural sector is export-oriented. We export about half of what we produce in value terms. In 2021, amid challenges at our ports and unrest in the province of KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, Government, business and labor managed to work collaboratively to ensure the continuous flow of the export products. The statistics we have for the first 11 months of 2021 show that South Africa's agricultural export reached a record of 11.5 billion US dollars. This speaks to the large agricultural sector production of the past year and the social compact approach to facilitating export. Mr. President, you spoke of the ports of infrastructure, which is critical for agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and automobile industry. We are engaging with Transnet together with organized agriculture to respond to the near-term congestion challenges and long-term strategic intervention that boost the efficiency of our ports. In our endeavors to assist farmers produce transportation challenges, we concluded in Mkhuze rail siding to support small-scale farmers for the transportation of their sugarcane by rail to Felixton Mill. This project is assisting about 1,900 Makhathini small-scale sugarcane farmers who are struggling to transport their produce after Tonga Tulet stopped the transportation subsidy. Working with Transnet and this commodity development organization, we made a good stride in completing a road to rail initiative to this farmer. Honorable members, I've raised some of the positive things that have been happening in the industry. However, it is also important for us to raise some of the challenges. Some of these challenges relate to the issue of access to land by black farmers. It also relates to access to land for human settlement in order for us to deal with the spatial planning that still remains, the architect of apartheid. We've agreed, and as Honorable Masondo mentioned here yesterday, that we will work collaboratively across government in order to make sure that we fast-track land reform. We will continue to make sure that land reform is driven within the confines of our legislation and our constitution. We've commenced the process of engaging our traditional leaders and their communities on ways in which we can unlock the development opportunities in their areas while at the same time ensuring that customary tenure systems are legally secure. Our intention to hold the Land Summit last year may have been delayed. However, provincial consultations that was led by Deputy Minister Squacha working with Deputy Minister Popela have enabled us to get necessary inputs from traditional leaders and their communities on how best we can conclude this matter. Nina basebukhosini amakhosi endabuko, siyabonga ukuthi nina bekunene nisibeketele sakwati kusebenzisana safakana imlomo kude kuthi kuphuhliseka kwetindzawo tasemakhaya kube indlela lokuthatha imiphakathi nabaholi babo sihlangene nohulumeni ukuya phambili. Ngiyati ukuthi labanye benu nicelile umhlangano nasekela mongameli ukuthi sike sifakane imlomo ngaletinye inkinga letiphethe baholi bendabuko kanye nemiphakathi. Lokho kutosita ukuthi kusimamise indlela yokusebenzisana yona lendlela lobuyisho mongameli mawukhuluma lapha ngolwesine loledlule. Mr. President, despite the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, the commitments you made in 2020 and 21 have been achieved and some are nearing completion. You announced in 2020 that government will release 700,000 hectares of agricultural land to individuals and communities. I want to report to this House, Mr. President, that a majority of these hectares have actually been transferred to communities. However, there are challenges in areas of Gwaju farms that require speedy resolution. I wish to thank the Portfolio Committee led by the Chairperson, Honorable Mandela, for the oversight in Gwaju early this month. They saw for themselves the challenges that we're facing, and I hope collectively we will be able to find a lasting solution to this matter. Public Works have released land for restitution and agriculture, as we saw in Tafelkop farms, which were in the hands of the state, handed over to small farmers last year. Trunka land, a land that was actually designated by the then tricameral parliament for colored communities in Northern and Western Cape, have also been released, and the outstanding land transfers will continue to be prioritized. I want to say here, Malunga DA, it is important to appreciate that collective work can actually help all of us to grow. In Matsikama, in the Western Cape, where Tranca land had been released, we actually as national government put the bulk water infrastructure to assist those farmers. And the Western Cape Department of Agriculture supported with production and other facilities to ensure that those farmers succeed. So you know, as well as I do, that working together we can do more. Communal land identified for development by traditional leaders and their communities have been released as per application to the ministers for development. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, ngithembe ukuthi lokhu lesikukhulumayo nawe mongameli uma uthi masisebenzise ngokubambisana sidokwenda kuya embili. Ngiyabonga.
Honorable Shivambo.
No, thank you very much, Speaker and Deputy President. I only acknowledge people who are here. I don't know why Parliament engages in wasteful expenditure and hire imbongi for the accompanying of the President, because there's plenty of them here. One has just left this podium now. So, Kumbula President. It can easily be a poem which can be utilized to accompany the President whenever he comes for Sona debates. I want to take this opportunity to again congratulate the commissars and the ground forces of the EFF who have brought the ANC below 50% in the 2021 local government elections. And specifically, I appreciate the ground forces in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, where we have decisively dealt with the former liberation movement because it was misrepresenting our people. But if you listen to people who speak here, you will think that nothing is wrong. They are not even acknowledging the fact that they are now in their 30s in Gauteng. They are going to be in their 20s very soon. The Commander-in-Chief of the EFF is in Gauteng to attend to a case that was brought by a racist organization, AfriForum, to defend a song which was a battle cry to defeat the colonial and apartheid racist system in its entirety. And I'm sure that we will do that successfully. We are meeting here in the City Hall because Parliament was bent down due to the negligence of the state. And I think we must then treat this with, there's a silver lining that says that let us take this opportunity to relocate Parliament to a central place, to one capital city. Because the location of this Parliament, we all know, is a result of a colonial pact of white men only, who, when they were trying to share power amongst themselves, they said that the four colonies must have capital cities, with Orange River Colony having the judicial capital, Transvaal administrative capital, the Cape was still here more than 100 years later because of a colonial pact. Let us discontinue that as part of the decolonization project that we must then engage in. What this Sona debate has revealed over the past 2 days is that in the liberation movement, the former liberation movement, we have got a lot of opportunists, careerists, intellectually incapable and dishonest members of Parliament, both old and young. We have seen a lot of people come here to blow hot air and even justify, try to contextualize things that were not said here. Of course, although it has been withdrawn, we are not going to entertain the childish accusations that were made against the Commander-in-Chief about the plot to remove a certain minister. But also, how do you as a minister come and badmouth your commissioner of police, whatever personal differences you have, and then you still expect society to have faith in the police system, where in Parliament you have got a minister who openly he does that in press conferences, and then he repeats gossip as if it's intelligence.
If we were to do that as well, we're going to spread gossip here and say that there are ministers who hire Nkabis to kill members of parliament who are about to expose them of corruption. We are not going to do it today. We'll do it once we've gathered proper facts. We're going to give a critical analysis of the State of Nation address, which was themed around building a new consensus, which in any way the president said is not concluded. He said, amongst other things, that within the next 100 days, the social partners are going to finalize a comprehensive pact or compact which is going to grow the economy, create jobs, and combat hunger. That is what he said. And then he said something which is not true. Then he said that we all know that government does not create jobs, business creates jobs. That is conceptually and empirically false. So the correct statement should have read like this, that we all know that the ANC government will not and does not intend to create jobs and will depend on white businesses to create jobs. It is empirically, like, it's even from a basic logic point of view. You can't say government does not create jobs. You've got 1 million government employees. Those jobs were created to deliver certain services. You are trying to create lousy jobs called EPWPs. Those are jobs, so it's factually incorrect. And you come here to try to justify it. But the most shocking thing that I got to realize here is that on the 11th of February, the South African Careerist Party, the SACP, issued a statement to say that the president must withdraw an assertion that government does not create jobs. It is fatally flawed. But we had members here, Masondo, Mantashe, Tulas, everyone else, they never even repeated that in their own characterization. That is a fatal error. To say it's fundamentally wrong to even suppose that, to show that they even try to ascribe a developmental state and defend a developmental state to a president who never spoke about a developmental state. It's one of the things that we then have to deal with much more differently. Now let's deal with some of the factual issues. One is that currently the fastest growing economy in the world is Chinese economy, the People's Republic of China. And it's led by a communist party. It's centrally planned. The state plays a significant role in the creation of jobs and development of the productive forces. More than 133 big corporations in the world, Global 500, are Chinese companies, and more than 100 of those are state-owned by the Chinese People's Republic of China in terms of what gets to happen. And China has elevated poverty of more than 800 million people under capable state leadership, which someone comes with a philosophical confusion here to say the state does not create job, business does. The attempt by the principal of the ANC school, someone said it's a principal of an ANC school here. He was trying to misascribe the state which does not create job to a developmental state. It's not the fact. Like, the state that is South Africa is a bourgeois, neo-colonial, neoliberal state. That is what it is. What we need, a developmental state is not a bourgeois state. So a proper characterization of a bourgeois neoliberal state is a state which Karl Marx says manages the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. That is the role of this state. That is why you say, you admit here that you cannot create jobs, meaning that you cannot develop the productive forces. There are so many things that we can mention in terms of the progress that have been made in Singapore, that have been made in many parts of the developmental state, not bourgeois states, that were state-led, and at the center of that was state leadership and guidance in terms of what happens. Now also, like this mentioning of infrastructure, this and that and that. Last week, the president of the ANC was in a village in Limpopo to open a pavement of a road
whilst we always say that there must be infrastructure programs, I want to give you an example of what infrastructure programs are happening in the entire continent. In Kenya, they've just completed the 570 kilometer standard gauge railway project. In Tanzania, they're going to complete between Morogoro and Dar es Salaam an SGR project as well, which is going to span more than 1,500 kilometers. And that is building, of course, on Tazara, which was built under Chairman Mao's guidance between 1970 and 1975, which is a railway project between Zambia and Dar es Salaam. In Ethiopia, they've completed a railway project which is between Addis Ababa and the neighboring country of Djibouti in terms of what happens. And in addition to completion of a $50 billion city, new capital city in Egypt, they are also establishing a Suez Canal special economic zone which is going to employ millions of people in terms of what happens. There are so many proper projects that are happening in the continent that are seeking to build the intercontinental infrastructure to link the entire continent. It's part of what Agenda 2063 says should be the flagship programs of the African Union, of what has to be done to interconnect the entire continent with railway projects, not pavements. Not 40-kilometer pavements, which is not even concluded in terms of what happens. Let me maybe give you a simple project which I've been failing to fulfill since many years ago. So in 1994, former Minister of Defense Joe Modise handed over a landing strip in the northern part of Kruger National Park to the Minga dynasty. That landing strip has got potential to be turned into a commercial opportunity, into an opportunity that can turn the northern part of Kruger National Park into a tourism hub. Hosi Minga, Hosi Shilungwa Minga, Wabumbiri has been pleading with the Sun Parks and different agencies to say that let us convert that landing strip into a proper commercial international airport and receive tourists there and have activities that is going to empower a lot of our people. In the same way, the strategic role is being played by the Kruger National Park in Mpumalanga tourism corridor. And none of those things have been done in terms of what happens. We have spoken about this. I think we have illustrated enough. It's basic logic. It's not true that the state does not create jobs. It's not true that the state does not lead development, productive forces. In actual scientific terms, you must go home and study this or ask your researchers, ask everyone. There is no nation in the world in the past 40 years that has rapidly developed its productive forces without state decisive leadership. Neoliberalism has never worked. To say that you must have an invisible hand that drives the economy and the market, it doesn't work anywhere. It is collapsing. Even the World Economic Forum has admitted that this invisible hand is not there. All the economies that have caught up now had clear, decisive state leadership, and to want to disassociate the state from the people is not a proper philosophical, ideological system and approach. It has to be changed. And we must also say that because it's factually incorrect, these ones of the DA can repeat that it's an ideological commitment. But this one who spoke here on Thursday is a president of the Republic. He's going to repeat that in front of people elsewhere. They will think all of us agree to that. So he must never ever repeat that thing anyway. Because it's factually incorrect. People are going to say that it means that the people of South Africa are not literate. How can the whole country say? Because he says, we all know that government does not create jobs. He will go and repeat that in a BRICS forum. Then they will say, this is pure madness. They will say, this is pure foolishness. That is how we're going to be characterized, because these people have experienced the real hand of the state in driving development, in driving the productive forces. But all of these things will only happen once we have defeated the ANC. We're making progress now. We have to remove the ANC from power. The future does not have space for both the ANC and the EFF. And one must die. It has to be the ANC. It has to be the ANC. It has outlived its purposefulness. It doesn't know whether it's a liberation movement or what. It doesn't know what it stands for. This nonsense that the economy is going to be grown by the private sector was superimposed by President Mandela when he introduced gear. Unemployment was 16% in 1996. It's 34% now. As GISA, you said that let's just accelerate growth. Maybe there will be some jobs and redistribution happening. It never happened. New growth path, NDP, all of those things. What you are basically doing is to see that we have got a crisis in your family, that there is a food item which has got poison. You continue to give the food poison, people are dying, and then you think the solution is to add more and more poison. This neoliberal conviction, it's madness. It must come to an end. You must study properly what has led to the development of all the countries, of all the economies that got to caught up with the countries that got to industrialize first. It is not neoliberalism. It is not the invisible hand of the state. It's a state that is decisive, that intervenes on the direction of the economy. It's a state that determines the form, the content, the nature, the direction of what development must take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services.
The Honourable President of the Republic, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the Honourable Deputy President, His Excellency David Mabuza, the Deputy Speaker, Honourable members, and everyone in the House. The relationship between the National Democratic State and all private capital, including monopoly capital, is one of unity and struggle, cooperation and contestation. That is the strategy and tactic of the ANC that the President quoted when he was here delivering his State of the Nation address. What Honourable Sibambo has just said is the distortion of the highest level of the conceptualization of the role of the state in the economy by Honourable Sibambo. The President was very clear about the role of the state in helping creating jobs and also in helping for the creation and also for economic growth. What Honourable Sibambo has said about China, China has got socialism with Chinese characteristics. And the Chinese characteristics allow for private sector direct investment into the economy in China. In Singapore was also built by also the state allowing the private sector to invest and also international direct investment in Singapore. There was a role of the state, but there was also a role of the private sector. It's a complete distortion by Honourable Sibambo to say that it was only the hand of the state. Even in China, as we speak today, the big corporations in China, Alibaba and many more, are private sector corporations which also accept foreign direct investment. This started during the period of Deng Xiaoping, the opening up in China. So there cannot be a distortion, moving away and breaking away from the cultural revolution of Mao Zedong in China. So Honourable Sibambo must not distort the economic trajectory of the People's Republic of China. And this happened in all the Asian Tigers countries. Singapore, South Korea, and all of them. There is no country today that does not operate allowing foreign direct investment, also allowing the private sector to play a role in the economy. And that is what the President of the ANC said here by speaking about a mixed economy and the role of the state in that mixed economy. I want to come, Honourable Speaker, to the reality of conceptualization of us having a consensus as a country. And I want to call
Honourable Minister, just hold on, take a seat. What are you raising on, Honourable Member?
Honourable Speaker, can I ask a question? to the Honorable Minister about the role of the state in creating jobs. Okay, sorry.
Honorable Minister, will you take a question?
No, Honorable.
I knew it.
I'm not shocked of poor Josie, Honorable Speaker. The Supreme Leader has taken all the minutes. The only thing he can do is to disrupt the speakers. That is his only chance of speaking. Honorable Speaker, I want to quote from the former President of the Republic, Nelson Mandela, when he spoke about the role of the state and the Constitution. The authority of government comes from the people through the Constitution. Your tasks and responsibilities, as well as your power, come to you from the people through the Constitution. The people speak through the Constitution. The Constitution enables the multiple voices of the people to be heard in an organized, articulate, and a meaningful and a principled manner. I will dare add, attacks against the Constitution, disguised through revolutionary sounding phrases, remain counter-revolutionary. They are against the people. It is a language aimed to replace the people institutions with a personality cult, such as the Supreme Leader of the EFF, where only one person thinks, speaks, and acts on behalf of the entire organization. He now wants to act on behalf of the whole nation. We must not allow that as South Africans. The struggle is about the people. This, Mr. President, will be our war cry as the battle soul for our country. And we are armed with an incredible instrument, the Constitution, which is a culmination of battles and legends of South Africans of all races, Africans and the world at large. Our commitment to constitutionalism is a product of the blood and sweat of our fallen heroes. From the 1912, the African claims ready to govern, the Women's Charter, and all documents, the ANC has emphasized the role of the people, the role of the state in the economy, and the role of government in ensuring that the people participate in the governance of their country. A decade later, we are still standing on our constitutional principles. The Democratic Alliance cannot want to claim to be more constitutionalist than the ANC, because our founding fathers are the ones who taught us about the Constitution. The ANC is an organization deeply embedded in constitutionalism. Honorable Steinhazen and Mazuni, they are new to these issues. We have always stood against the immoral nature of apartheid and replaced it with constitutionalism. Constitutionalism proclaims the desirability of the rule of law as opposed to rule by arbitrary judgment or mere declaration of public officials. It's a role we are continuing to play in this country to ensure and give all South Africans a right to participate in the governance of this country. Hence, they are also able to come here in this podium and speak a lot of things that do not relate to the building of a better South Africa, as Honorable Shivambu was doing now. Our Constitution is a transformative document aimed at changing the character and the nature of our economy for the people, for the benefit of the people as a whole, and to build social cohesion, and also to ensure that everyone plays a role in building the society that we envisage through the Freedom Charter. I know the Honorable Deputy Speaker that the National Prosecuting Authority is breaking the shackles which constrain it. Despite capacity challenges and budget constraints, our law enforcement and criminal justice agencies have achieved noteworthy successes. To strengthen the capacity of the National Prosecuting Authority, we will be implementing sections of the Reconstruction and Development Program Funding Act. Furthermore, to strengthen the human capital of the NPA, we will continue to invoke Section 38 of the NPA Act, which enables the NPA to acquire the services of persons who have suitable qualifications and experience to perform services in specific cases. The NPA is also prioritizing appointments at senior level. This process will be concluded speedily. The Fusion Center, established by a government to bring together the key law enforcement agencies to strengthen the collective effort to prevent, detect, investigate, and prosecute COVID-19 related corruption, has enrolled 45 cases in court, with 101 accused facing charges as of January 2022. 16 of these cases have been finalized with guilty verdict. To say nothing has happened, Honorable Steenhuisen, is to mislead the nation. The NPA Asset Forfeiture Unit has recovered 168 million rands on COVID-19 related matters. The special tribunal announced by the President Ramaphosa in 2019 has recovered 500 million through preservation, review and setting aside orders. The NPA Investigative Directorate is seized with 37 high-profile state capture cases, with 14 matters enrolled in court relating to the various sectors it is focused on. In the next month, the Investigative Directorate will be enrolling additional 3 seminal matters. In terms of asset forfeiture, the Gauteng High Court granted an order to seize assets worth 1.4 billion rands belonging to accused implicating in the corruption scandal involving the construction of Eskom Kusile Power Station. In the Bloemfontein High Court, the NPA has been granted an unlimited restraint order to the value of 520 million rands for assets in relation to various Gupta-linked companies. Honorable Madwa, you will now see that the President is serious about the fight against corruption. He is not a shapeless amoeba, nor a jellyfish. Indaba yethu straight ayifuni ruler. Siyaphambili. A preservation order was filed by the NPA for the Opnam mine estimated at 8 billion rands. This is on the back of 870 million rands and 1.1 billion rands recovered from Mackenzie and Company for their involvement in the Transnet saga. 217 million rands has been recovered from Bain and Company, and the SIU has recovered over 1.5 billion rands from ABB South Africa. You will also realize that these are big multilateral companies. There is no holy cow. The NPA is going after everyone to bring back the money into the fiscus. We have also seen that our capacity to address white-collar crime is on the rise. This, among others, is demonstrated by the prosecution of fraud amounting to 3.5 billion rands in the Togati matter, which is laudable. There has been criticism that the NPA does not deal with white-collar crime, including the hawks. 3.5 billion rands is a matter before our courts as we speak. Steenhoff remains on the radar of law enforcement agencies. And I know that soon they will be able to update the nation as to how far they are on the matter of Steenhoff. A total of 5,451 sexual offenses cases were finalized with a verdict and 4,098 convictions were obtained. This represents a conviction rate of 75.2%, of the highest conviction rate achieved in the past 5 years. The President's commitment to fight against gender-based violence and sexual offenses, it is real. It is taking root in our court and our criminal justice system. So what the President has said here is real, it is in action, and it is also a reflection in terms of these convictions that social compacts work. Government alone cannot be able to succeed to fight crime. We need all sectors of society, civil society, NGOs, and everyone. And we want to thank the role that was played by civil society in the 3 GBV bills. We also want to state that access to justice is increasing under President Ramaphosa. Legal Aid South Africa will soon, from the 1st of March this year, be implementing a program to deal with evictions against farm workers across the country. A farm worker will be able to have a lawyer hand in hand to be able to go to any court in this country to defend themselves on issues of evictions by farm owners across this country. This is to broaden the role of access to justice. Honorable Malema referred to the Toyando management area, popularly known as Mataji, where he claimed correctional services was procuring items from Polokwane at the expense of local businesses. We want to assure South Africans that through the self-sufficiency model, inmates are producing their own food across management areas. As a result, correctional services no longer procures items such as eggs and pork. Toyando management area in the current financial year, through offender labor, produces fruits, vegetables, beef, pork for inmates. in relation to resulting to huge savings for the fiscus. Where we need to procure items which we do not internally produce enough quantities, we always prioritize local businesses. And insinuations suggesting otherwise by Honorable Malema, the Supreme Leader of the EFF, is a display of lack of knowledge and highest level of ignorance. Correctional services will, through the self-sufficient strategic model, continue to providing skills to inmates and empower the victims of crimes. With regards to infrastructure, it is not correct that the President only delivers infrastructure with regards to paving. But paving is important, particularly with regards to rural routes. But the President has delivered infrastructure in many parts of this country. If you look at the streets in KwaZulu-Natal as we speak today, nice ring roads that are moving in the city of eThekwini. This has been the work of this government, and we continue to deliver reliable infrastructure across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sarupen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this was an utterly bizarre 2 days. And I say that because if the theme of the President's address was courage for reform, then the ANC speakers missed the memo, because their theme was Alice in Wonderland. According to what we heard from the ANC in this debate, the education system is fine, the roads are all fine, the police system is working, everyone has water and energy, government projects are delivered on time and world-class standards, and the state captures have been dealt with. And these out-of-touch ministers and MPs clearly don't understand what's going on in the real South Africa, because outside of the ANC's wonderland, the state captures are not being dealt with. The Guptas are in Dubai, not behind bars. Let's start there. The roads are littered with potholes, people go for days without water, the cost of living is rising, and corrupt, inefficient state officials demand bribes for simple things like renewing driver's licenses, assuming that the machine works. In this tale of ANC in Wonderland, we heard ANC ministers and members contradict themselves and each other and the President effortlessly without a hint of irony. We saw this effortless contradiction when Minister Mantashe started by calling the DA right-wing, and then he quoted Chris Hart and the IRR to justify his policies, positioning himself to the right of a party he calls right-wing. And then moments later, Honourable Frolic came up with a very sensible speech about climate change and a just and transition, as if his own minister didn't just effectively declare that the ANC's policy is to burn every fossil fuel in sight. Only an ANC in Wonderland can do this. We saw contortions and verbal gymnastics when the education minister came up here and quoted the NDP and then the New Growth Path as though these documents don't contradict each other, and then a great sense of irony told us that her education system is doing fine, despite the fact that by every measure and outcomes, it is considered one of the world's worst education systems. Only an ANC in Wonderland can do this. And in this debate, we saw from the ANC side that the blades were not sharp and the tigers did not roar. We saw effortless contradiction again and again when ANC speaker after ANC speaker contorted or walked back the President's assertion that the state creates an enabling environment, but government creates jobs. And I've never seen this much contortion before. People pivoted to a mixed economy on one side. One ANC member, even despite the President saying this, stood at this podium today and said the state must own the means of production. I quote that verbatim. This is the antithesis of an enabling environment. Only an ANC in Wonderland can do this. The less said by the Minister of Communications, the better. We just hope she doesn't offer Denel the same, we'd hope she doesn't offer SABC the same services as Denel. We'll just leave it at that. But the President's statement itself was bold. And it's clear that his ministers and MPs will never let it become policy. They've taken to online platforms and newspapers to condemn their own president. Some of them call themselves the RET grouping, but there's nothing radical about the RET policies. If you want to see the outcome, they've been tried. Go to and visit the Estina Dairy Farm. It was great that we had the Premier of the Free State up here. Maybe she can give you a tour. And there are 2 volumes of a judicial inquiry into state capture.
that shows us exactly what the consequences of RET policy are. And when the President told us in his address that there was a criminal syndicate that had infiltrated the state to engage in state capture, he forgot to tell us that they were all ANC members, mostly in the RET faction, and that this network included his predecessor. And there were two key ANC policies that enabled state capture that the DA has comprehensively demolished in this debate: BEE and cadre deployment. BEE is an innocuous-sounding policy, but its real intention is to use race to enrich ANC members using government contracts. Cadre deployment ensures that you stick party members onto the tender committees and tell them who the tenders go to. That's a corrupt network and system right there. And this president is serious about dismantling this corrupt network. He needs to dismantle these policies. But we see that these RET faction folk want to continue with this, and as I said, their policy is not radical. They're old, outmoded, and deeply conservative. They were tried in the 1960s and have been rejected the world over. And so I think the president made his statement in order to shore up economic confidence and tell investors that his own party has turned the book on ideas that collapsed with the Berlin Wall. But he cannot move because he cannot dismiss cabinet members who attack the judiciary. He doesn't dismiss members who failed to coordinate the response to the July riots. And he doesn't dismiss ministers who failed to gazette his own energy proposals year in and year out. So how can we trust that all of this will happen when we need an enabling environment that has world-class infrastructure, but you've got a Minister of Public Works that builds a washing line for a border fence? We need clear, simple, flexible labor legislation for the enabling environment, but you can't do that with a Minister of Labor who believes that a swimming pool is a fire pool. You cannot sort out SOEs when you've got a Minister of Public Enterprises who has such contempt for Parliament that he stopped answering most questions. So with all these effortless contradictions and contortions, the president is stuck. He's got a moribund party, and that is why we are going to help him remove his cabinet in order to get this country moving forward again. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Janchi.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the President of the Republic and the Deputy President of the Republic, I salute. This year, as we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the launch of our Constitution, it is important to reflect upon three key principles encapsulated in the preamble: nation building, social cohesion, and unity. These principles are critical for a social compact to rebuild, renew, and unite our country against the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. In a speech to the National Assembly by former President, the then Deputy President, Honorable Thabo Mbeki, on the 29th of May 1998, he defined nation building as, and I quote, "the construction of the reality and a sense of common nationhood, which will result from the abolition of disparities in the quality of life among South Africans based on racial, gender, and geographic inequalities we all inherited from the past." He further says, "A major component part of nation building is defined by and derived from the material conditions in our society which have divided our country into two nations, one black and poor, the other rich and white." I'll say more about that in the context of the Western Cape. From the above, there is a very clear alignment between our constitutional values and the ANC's vision, which is to build a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, national, democratic, and prosperous society. This alignment is not accidental. It emanates from historical ANC policies and principles of Pan-Africanism and human rights such as the Africans' Claim, the Freedom Charter, and the Harare Declaration. I complete this grounding about the importance of our Constitution with the candid words of our retired judge, Judge Albie Sachs, in a lecture delivered at UCT in 1991, titled perfectibility, and corruptibility. And I quote, "We realized at a time that we needed protections against ourselves, against the tendencies of power, not only to marginalize the weak, but to corrupt the powerful. A nation that confronts itself, that questions more about what it is doing, how it is doing it, and why it is doing it, that learns by doing and learns from that experience, is one that will develop and grow." The politically rich State of the Nation address by the President has sparked rigorous debate and is a reflection that it was indeed the content of that address that the debate is acknowledged. We entered the debate speaking of a social compact, mindful of the fact that we don't all share the same perspective about it. What has been reaffirmed, though, by most speakers, is that we have a very serious socio-economic situation in this country, which requires us to unite and work together behind a plan and in a social compact to substantively address this situation. In the University of Life, a set of questions come back to those who claim they have definitive and absolute answer. On whose authority do you speak? Where do we find in what you say authority? And what does this authority add in dealing with the national contradictions we're facing? In a constitutional democracy, authority derives from the constitution of a country, that which brings us together. The intention of our constitution is to bring about social justice, social cohesion, and nation building. We have responsibility, therefore, to build a nation based on the Bill of Rights, and we have an equal responsibility to bring everyone into this cause to construct a country that we all want, to promote that which binds us together and rather than that which divides us. A new consensus based on what we broadly agree, which is the current conjuncture, is achievable and is within our grasp. As the President indicates, a consensus that is born out of common understanding of our current challenging situation and a recognition of the need to address the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. South Africa therefore needs a new consensus that embraces the understanding of the need to redistribute wealth and asset for the greater good of the nation, currently and in the future. It means dealing with the structure of the economy and ensuring far greater ability for the masses of the nation to acquire assets to sustain themselves. The implementation of economic structural reforms is not limited to the regulatory framework. Dedicated measures, many of which are in place, are required to support economic growth, support the businesses and cooperatives, with a special focus on informal, survivalist, and micro-enterprise activity. In essence, the call for 2022 has 4 major interventions to which the social compact has to apply itself. And these are publicly funded employment, support to companies to increase private sector employment, support to enable productive livelihoods, and expanded social protection. These initiatives must result in a new national employment policy that supports the employment-centered framework and retains the employment standards that the ILO has credited us with. In other words, and this is where the challenge starts, interested parties seek to arrive at a social compact with conditionalities, and this is where progress will then begin to stall. Political and economic history is littered with good intentions, but an inability of the stakeholders to work together in the interest of the majority as they cling to their sectional interest. I raise this because unless we're honest and frank with how we at times are the biggest stumbling block to progress, we're destined to repeat same political and economic history mistakes. Today we have over 20 million people who either don't bother to register or vote, or don't exercise their right to vote. Fewer people vote than those who don't. And this should wake us up to a fundamental right in the Constitution that our people have decided to walk away from. As is the case in any country, the state must remain at the center and facilitate a new consensus and social compact. Consciously, opposition in this debate, both in the so-called pre-Sona briefings and the debate itself, have tried to drive a narrative that the center is the market and the private sector. Yes, some thought that a centralized office that will dictate to all, which is a typical of a Republican leadership style of insurrection against what you don't like. Both fail to appreciate that a compact is made out of people and it is they who must assist to shape its character. When we say people must be their own liberators, that's exactly what we mean. These are shared responsibilities that we have towards one another, and for the compact to succeed, it requires that we pull together. Our focus must be centered on dealing decisively with hunger, economic exclusion, poverty, unemployment, and inequality. As we build a new consensus and a social compact, the contradictions which are in themselves forces for change and development will confront us, firstly in the form of unresolved national question, the land question, and the consequences of the structure of the economy which drives an exclusionary pattern of reproduction. Our essential element is a common history, one of dispossession, struggle and liberation struggle, out of which a new nation emerged from the community of origins and community of cultures. We are a nation as a totality of peoples united by a common fate. In building the common consensus and social compact, it must be informed by progressive values that we find in our Constitution of non-racialism, non-sexism, respect for human rights, and democracy. It means defeating backward tendencies, narrow nationalism, racism, and patriarchy. What essentially distinguishes a nation from an ethnic group is its political dimension, which is most obvious in a national political movement. Hence, a nation is led, and it does not operate spontaneously, and in this regard, the state must lead. In nation building, we have to look past our ethnicity, and we must think to a higher form of consciousness. With regards to our particular role as Parliament, Comrade President, clearly, your message is one which will guide this government for the year. For Parliament in 2022, it's going to be a very extremely busy year for our constitutional responsibility in terms of oversight. The battalion of backbenchers of the ANC are ready to lead that oversight in a very progressive and vigorous manner. This is an opportunity that your opposition have missed because they came here to lament about oversight. Oversight in our understanding is not an opposition to the executive. Oversight is about ensuring that there's an impact. It is about following the money. It is also about making sure that we hold the executive through to its commitment. We have already started to do that as members of the ANC. I was surprised to listen to Honorable Khwarube lamenting about an ANC blocking oversight in favor of the executive. Quite clearly, she's got it wrong, because from where we're sitting, whether you go to the Justice Committee or Home Affairs and others, the ANC members are leading that discussion. Maybe the issue that I think we're going to need to deal with, I was just about to go there, because I am, as a citizen of this city, have experienced both oversight. I come from the Western Cape, where the DA will block any oversight to the executive. And when I came here as a member of the ruling party, I saw a backbencher of the ANC driving that oversight. Maybe the issue I need to go to now is to reflect and give you feedback as an opposition. For the whole day yesterday and today, what we have heard from the opposition are some of the following issues. They have spent time to tell us about death wishes, about obituary of the ANC, about divide and rule, about all sorts of issues. I want to take and start with the DA first. The DA makes the issue about the president having copy and paste their policy. Clearly what is happening there, this is a template of the DA, and it's not just about jealousy. It comes back in 2009. The issue that the DA is driving, it is driven by white supremacy mentality. That it is only them. It is only them that can do good things. Anything that is commendable, that is done by the ANC, they have to appropriate and claim it. And that also extends further, as an example, on the issue of cadre deployment. On the issue of cadre deployment, when it is done by them, it is a correct thing to do. When the ANC does it, it is wrong to do it. That is the DA for you. But also, if you take the issue of the DA in relation to what Comrade Thabo Mbeki explained about the two nations, I come from Khayelitsha. Since December 2021, what you had in Khayelitsha was a sewage that took 2 months to be fixed. Honorable Steenhuisen is correct when he says, as a DA, they do. This is how they do it. They do it for the rich and the white. They don't do it for the people of Khayelitsha. What they want from Mitchell's Plain are black votes. They don't want to serve those communities. So he's correct when he makes that point. Because when you compare, in the same city, they've got two types of services. In Durbanville, a drain never blocks for a week. When you go to Khayelitsha, that issue happens. It happens here in the Western Cape. But also, they have developed and perfected what you call divide and rule. They are saying to us, RET members of the ANC must go. And we want to say to them, as the ANC, we speak here as one organization. You are not going to dictate to us what to do. You are not going to tell us which cabinet minister that we must reshuffle. But further than that, in the DA-led, and maybe this is how you do it, Honorable Steenhuisen, on the issue of employment, you deal with intents and you mobilize that for sexual favors in this province. Honorable Albert Fred is one example that you are starting to hide, and yet you rise and say you are against GBV. Poor communities and children who are looking for employment get abused. You use your power to do those kind of things. One of the things that I think both yourself and the EFF have gone around getting excited about, you moving from the premise that the November elections is a victory to yourself. Just to quickly summarize that, the November elections, the DA declined and dropped. The EFF declined. The ANC in November, our voters stayed at home. They did not vote for the DA. They did not vote for the EFF. They've stayed at home and said to us, we're warning you, please
fix these kind of issues. This Sona is a beginning of us addressing that. You seem to have won the elections before the elections. In a way, Deputy Speaker,
what are you rising on, Honorable Member? Take your seat, Honorable Member on the podium.
Thanks.
Honorable Janchi, take your seat. Yes, what are you rising on?
No, Honorable Speaker, I wanted you to offer the Honorable Member water because it's dry. The EFF didn't decline at all.
Honorable Member.
Drink some water, man.
That's not a point of order.
It's
That's
very
not
tough.
a point of order.
You're supposed to sweep. Drink water.
Honorable
It's very
Member.
difficult.
No,
it's very tough. EFF didn't decline. That's a fact.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me just conclude on the issue of unanswered questions and oversight, Honorable Kharube. This is a matter that we have attended in the Rules Committee before we close and rise in 2021, that this matter was concluded in the manner that gives a process that say for every quarter we're going to get a report. I don't know which ministers that you are talking about that have not answered questions because we have not received that report that indicates to us that these are the ministers that are not. I think you're playing to the gallery in raising that particular issue. We are also leading that as members of the ANC. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that concludes the speakers list. The President will reply to the debate tomorrow. The joint sitting is adjourned.
Recording stopped.
Long live the Deputy Speaker!
Long live.